Grizzly going crazy, nigga.
Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? I remember going to school, never had the latest shoes. You was raised to make it cool, I was raised to make a move. We was playing with different bags, so I kept getting shitted on. It was motivation, telling myself stay patient. Package touchdown, gotta relocate it. If that body got took down, guess it was donated. Plug ain't from round town, but we both native. Yeah, sliding with my body, I got a Joe waiting. Can't let these hoes spend the night, ain't got no home training. Heard your damn mixtape, gave it a low rating. Yeah, streets reply, I look right in a Mercedes. Creep at night, the city lights going brave. She popping it like that is meant for, can't be no road and extendo. Bitch, I put me in the friend zone till she see me in the end zone. Horse calling from other zip code, trapping hard, I need a flip on this, the new pack, the last one been gone. Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? Stepping out cool, rock and roll my watch and shoes. They scream wave ain't bring a pool, mainstream thing to scream my moves. Jack hit me up like gotta leave round 2. Know what's going on, man, you need it come through. I'm the neighborhood superintendent. Dogs in the den, got the kush in the kitchen. Look here, baby, I'm on real time. Needle in the haystack, but still shine. Wave guard, grill gold like a face guard. I did a bid and tell them wait for it. Grill gold like a face guard. I did a bid and tell them wait for it. Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? Roller coaster motor at the She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. You niggas be trolling, licking on my lips, biting down, bitch, I'm rolling. Square ass body walked up like what my hoe went. In the street shit, keep it real without a trophy. Baby, what's the weather like? Wavy, get the better price. Ice on my left and right wrist, burning megabytes. Rolling up megahertz, feeling like gelling hurts. Nigga, what's your nigga, what's your network? Better find some better work. Better find some. Nigga, what's your network? Better find some better work. Look me in my eyes, Charlie. Look me in my eyes. Can you see my vision? Can you? Hey, she'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. Best gas on the north side, tell me what you need. Only sell cat if you selling it for me. Plants ain't ready, I'ma sell them in the spring. 36 bitches, gotta tell them when to leave. Ran up a check, gotta put this in the house. Talking too much, baby, put this in your mouth. Pancakes and eggs, I'm just cooking what I bought. Schedule kinda full, gotta book me when I'm out. Had to tell my dog that his name getting hot. Every kind of tool like a maintenance shop. Hook back some bread for the same little spot. 409 miss me so the game still rock. Shit, wait. For me, she'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. Don't even post it. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. Where you go? Son. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Suda will keep him some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Suda will keep him some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. She'll be bad like in no time. Hit her C like it's go time. My bitches in the game like the old line. Hey, and when I come down, you get no shine. Scissors on the backseat like a little kid. Time been gone for a little minute. Ain't back and forth, I just post a pic with a bankroll, pounds in the mix. I can't parking like pimp. Hey, serving coffee shop him. Hey, got you walking around still. Hey, I'll let cash on him. Then put a bag on the cracker, but you put a bag on him. Hey, for black on black violence. Hey, let's go smash on them. I just paid my rent late on the block near Kimbe. Chopper got a little shake, hit the jerk like Ben J. Money calling me today, I'ma pick up every time. Bro just brought a whole bottle, gon' distribute every line. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wi-Fi around the trap, this shit like a airline. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wi-Fi around the trap, this shit like an airline. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Suda will keep him some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Suda will keep him some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. Gotta get up and get up and get up and get it. You working that job, or you stuck in the trenches? Cash to be made, so who out here tripping? My cellular phone got a damn chip in it. Where you gonna sign for 30 balls? Still in the trap with dirty clothes. You can be different, work my phones. You can be dead and work alone.
Y'all know what time it is, man. Y'all know how we rockin'. Let me get some intro music.
That's funny. If I go to jail, I know Julio piping my.
Alright, so peace to the family. Peace to everybody in the building. We about to rock out. Everybody like listening to. Everybody like listening to. Everybody like listening to the white people. Everybody like listening to the white man. Everybody want to listen to. Oh, I want to take your word for it. Oh, I want to take your word for it. I want to hear what the white man got to say. I need white man authority. big deal over this situation. I'm black. You can't tell me shit about it. I need a white man to teach me. You a nigga. You a sub-Saharan African. You don't know nothing. We need the white people to tell us how to think. We need the white man to, in order for us to believe that the ancient Egyptians was black, we need the white man to say it. We need the white man to drop the bomb on us. We need the white man to we need the white man to bruh us. And then we come along, us black Africans, we come along and we say, they say the Egyptians was Mediterranean, Levant origin. We come around and say,
Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap. You know what I'm saying? So today we're gonna play some PhDs and some snow bunnies. You know what I'm saying? Saying that the ancient Egyptians was black. Don't trust this North African DNA bullshit. They was there 30,000 years. They was there 22,000 years. Race science. Don't trust this. We West and Central Africans only. Don't trust that goofy ass shit. Don't ever trust it. You know what I'm saying? They scamming you with the DNA. Now I'm about to. This ain't coming out of my words. It's my feelings and my opinions. But I'm gonna show you a white lady. Show you a white lady that say the same exact thing. We're gonna show a white lady saying how we feel. I'm doing this for shouts out to Uncle Reggie. Shouts out to Pan African James. Shouts out Smash Rock Wellington. Shouts out to all my Black Egypt constituents, my Magi Archers. Throw your bows up. We about to rock out tonight because these shout out to Shaka Utmost. I'm gonna show you how great I am. Egypt was a black land. So yeah, man, we about to get into it. I don't know where these house niggas like to listen to white people. These house niggas like to listen to white people. So I'm gonna give your ass some white people that say exactly what we saying. Since you house niggas like listening to white people, I'm gonna give your ass some white people that say exactly what we saying. Now, these white people that I'm about to show you, you house niggas, you can't stand foot in their shoes. And these black people I'm about to show you, these PhD black people I'm about to show you, house nigga, you can't stand in their shoes. So you sit back. Hold on, let me check out the chat. Check out. Okay, we got my boy Martin in the building. Oh shit, Uncle Sid is in the building. No, they don't, man. All right, so Uncle Sid, get your game film, Uncle Sid. Round up the pseudo squad. Round up them pseudo killers. Y'all put on y'all lab coats. Put on y'all lab goggles. And we about to get into it, man. Sunday morning, while you eating your breakfast and your sausage. You know what I'm saying? Peace and blessings. Uncle La in the building. Hey, niggas like listening to white people. So we gonna show white people saying that the ancient Egyptians was black. We gonna show white people saying don't trust this North African DNA bullshit. It's only been around a couple 100 years, 300 years. Don't trust that North African DNA bullshit. Also, don't subscribe to this. We are only West and Central Africans. Don't divide yourself like the Bloods and the Crips and GDs and BDs. No, we represent Africa. We know them Arabs ain't African. Don't tell me they've been there 22,000 years. Probably a haplogroup, but a fucking haplogroup ain't a person, goofy ass nigga. So yeah, what we doing today Since these house niggas like listening to white people, we're gonna show them white people saying that the ancient Egyptians was black. Stop saying Western Central African. We Western Central African. Stop saying that goofy ass shit. DNA, once it go back trying to mark chapters and going back thousands of years, that shit is challenging. That shit is not absolute. So they probably go back for a marker 300 years ago or 500 years ago, but all that thousands of years, that shit is inaccurate. So we not riding with that, and we gonna hear the white people telling us that. You know what I'm saying? Since you house niggas like listening to white people, here you go. Let's run the game clip. Good morning. Get your coffee. Goddamn me. Get your blunt. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to spark this motherfucker up as soon as I start hearing some talking points that I want to hear. All right, here go Aunt. This Auntie Karakuni. This is Auntie Karakuni. You know what I'm saying? And she riding with us. I wouldn't say she riding with us, but she being unbiased with the science. She is being unbiased. She gonna tell you how shit is racist. They cherry picking studies. She's saying they can go look at a Minimotep, the third DNA right now. They cherry picking who they want to look up. All right, let's listen to Auntie.
But sometimes I feel emotionally up for it, and sometimes I'm just like blech. And I'll get there. But I think I've reached the point in coronavirus time when he was in Superman 2 when they said Planet Houston. I thought that was very funny. Irritable, yes. Oh, we all need to redirect. Walking in a daily fashion was good for my body. Especially somebody like me who's on Zoom meetings all day. In ancient Egypt and how it is. We talked about race in ancient Egypt and how it is misrepresented by Egyptologists, how it is claimed by Egyptologists. And I was there with my colleague, Dr. Jonathan Winterman, and he had some things that were of interest. We didn't talk about in the same 2005 magazine that was there to support the exhibition that opened at the LA County Museum of Art for Tutankhamun, the Tutankhamun treasures, that they did a recreation and put that recreation on the cover, the one that looks like Barbra Streisand, the one that's got a super white face, and that there was a huge outcry. And at LACMA, at the museum, when the exhibition opened, because this reconstruction was on display for the first couple of weeks, we had people of color picketing the museum saying, King Tut is back and he's black. And lest you think that I'm saying that this is overkill, it's absolutely not. It's that was a total white claim of people of color and all of their power and their gold, and it was a whitewashing of an ancient Egyptian reality. So I actually still
what we be telling y'all? Watch out for the whitewashing. Let me fix my subjugation and litigation and your magistration of your United States. Let me fix this real quick. All right, let me see. All right, so she said they whitewashing shit. She let you know off the rip. Black people was in the museums picketing because they got goddamn King Tut looking white. Now let's keep going.
Proudly have my t-shirt, King Tut is back and he's black. And I learned more about race appropriation, ethnic appropriation during that time period when I was co-curator at LACMA in 2005 than any other. Even arguably more than when I taught at Howard University for a year in 1999, 2000. So that's it's interesting to ask why there are all of these claims of the ancient Egyptians, but what I'd like to do today right now is to think a little bit more about the ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians from a more emic perspective. See what we can do with that. That's an interesting way to go. I will say that when people ask me what race were the ancient Egyptians, and you heard me and Jonathan talking last time, saying that race is a socially constructed concept. It's not something we can really use, but it's if we use the term ethnicity, okay, fine. But let me put it this way. If you need to choose and you need to identify, you need to understand what it would be today. Why do you need to do that? But that's interesting. And I need to do it too. I think a lot of us need to understand how light the people were, how dark the people were, how they represented themselves. I would encourage all of you to look at the so-called mannequin of Tutankhamun from his tomb and look at the dark skin color that's used for his own face. An understanding of ethnicity from the Egyptian side. Certainly,
Let me run that back. Maybe I didn't hear.
Tutankhamun from his tomb and look at
Tutankhamun from his tomb.
The dark skin color that's used for his own face.
The dark skin color of Tutankhamun used for his own face. That's what she's saying. That ain't what blackologists, Euros, Afrocentrists, that ain't what we saying. This is what Aunt Kara is saying. This is Aunt Kara, ladies and gentlemen. This is Aunt Kara.
An understanding of ethnicity from the Egyptian side, certainly without all of the complications of chattel slavery from Africa and a much more white versus black, literally, understanding of power and in economy and colonialism. But if I have to pick a race, whatever that is, or an ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians, I would call them people of color. And for an American audience,
people of color? People of, hold up, run that back. And she gonna give you the bomb.
Ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians, I would call them people of color. And for an American audience, I would say that if they were in Alabama in 1955, they would have had to sit at the back of the bus. That's the best way for me to describe it. And if
run that back.
People of color, and for an American audience, I would say that if they were in Alabama in 1955, they would have had to sit at the back of the bus. That's the best way for.
All right. Let me stop right there. I don't know what Aunt Kara Cooney is from. I don't know what Aunt Kara Cooney is from, but she clearly just said, if you ask me where they this, where they that, I would say they were people of color. She ain't say, I would say they Arab. She ain't say, I would say they Mediterranean. She ain't say, I would say they're Levantinian. She ain't say none of that. She said, I would say that they're people of color. And for my American audience, they would have to sit at the back of the bus. That ain't what I said. You know what I'm saying? Since y'all like listening to white people, since y'all like listening to them white people, that's what she said. She said, I will consider the ancient Egyptians people of color. And for my American audience, they will have to sit at the back of the bus. That ain't us. That ain't the Afrocentrists. That ain't the Afrocentrists. That ain't Diop. That ain't Malefic Asante. That ain't none of us saying that. That ain't Uncle Reggie. That ain't Smash Rockwell saying the ancient Egyptians will have to sit at the back of the bus. That's Auntie Kara Cooney with the Rainbow Coalition. That's Auntie Kara Cooney on the other side telling you what the deal is. Now watch how she start going into, see how these niggas be weaponizing E1B1 haplogroup, E1B1 donut stick, E1B1A chocolate drop, E1B1A lemon cherry. No, lemon cherry gelato. You know how they be E1B1A strawberry kush. You know how they just be E1B1A and us to death. Have you ever asked somebody E1B1A you to death? You like, damn, you can't even think logically. You can't even, so we can't talk about what they look like. You gonna haplogroup me to death. Well, let's get into this haplogroup shit. Let's get back into Auntie. Auntie putting on right now. She's shining. You shining, Auntie Kara. She shining. I'm glad I came across your YouTube channel. You putting on for the Afrocentrists.
For me to describe it, and if you doubt me, and you're like, no, they were white and this and that. Well, then Google people of Luxor, modern people of Luxor, and look at the skin colors of the people of modern day Luxor of Upper Egypt, people of Minya, whatever it is you want to put in there, but to get an understanding of the skin color of the modern day Egyptians, I think is very helpful. Make no mistake, Egypt has always been a part of 3 different cultural / ethnic worlds. It is in Africa. It is in Northern Africa. It's in Northeastern Africa. So it is a part of the Mediterranean world, connected to those northern streams of people. It is connected to a West Asian world and Levantine peoples, and it is connected to a Nubian world down to the south. So all of these 3 streams are and still moving in and out of Egypt. So you can see in Egypt some people with very light skin and some people with very dark skin, and all of these things work on a gradient. Yes, they are all socially constructed, but the idea that, and I see this in discussions all the time, particularly on my page when I post something about race, somebody will pop up and say the Egyptians were European, or the Egyptians were West Asian, or the Egyptians were white, the Egyptians weren't sub-Saharan African. And there seems to be a great deal of personal identity interest in claiming the Egyptians and their power and their gold and their success and their pyramids and all their stuff, and claiming it for themselves. Appropriations of all kinds. And those appropriations can be seen amongst Europeans, and the bust of Nefertiti, who was probably a proud Theban woman of color, taken to Berlin, and then she's put on postage stamps. And you Google the postage stamps of the last 100 years with Nefertiti on it, and they are literally whitewashed, and that brown skin is very much taken away so that everyone can claim Nefertiti. That's pretty interesting.
Damn, Nefertiti got whitewashed? First King Tut, not Nefertiti? Let's keep going.
That Tut recreation from the 2005 LACMA show, the whitest European-like skin you could possibly imagine. Even that recreation of Tut that shows him as a deformed product of incest, same whitish European with a tan kind of skin. And then there's appropriations from the other side. So there's an Afrocentrist perspective that you have to claim it, and then you get a darker skin color applied to the ancient Egyptians than they necessarily had. And there's an attempt to claim Egypt as a tool of power for sub-Saharan communities. It works the same way. So, and Egypt doesn't want to fit into either, which is pretty interesting because they're there on the crossroads between the sub-Saharan world and between the West Asian, European, Mediterranean world, and they are North African. And the study that I like to go to the most, this is a study from...
All right, look, you got the argument that basically that the ancient Egyptians they was not sub-Saharan African. She just said the damn Egypt is intertwined with sub-Saharan Africa. I ain't say that. I ain't said. Don't come over here with your Chat GPT and your wiki. Leave your Chat GPT and your wiki at home. Bring me an African. Bring me a goddamn African or a white lady that's speaking like this. Stop listening to these white people when it come to your your history. Bring me an African or bring me a white lady that's speaking like this. Stop going to Wikipedia. Stop going to Google. Go get an African. Go get a goddamn African. Or go give me a damn white lady that's speaking like this. I ain't trusting your goddamn sources no more. That source shit is dead. We ain't sourcing up. Now we go and grab them motherfuckers and put them on camera. Let me talk to them one-on-one. Super Wavy versus the damn African. We ain't listening to no more damn Neanderthals when it come to our history. You can listen to them. House niggas can listen to them. Nigga, we want the truth. We don't want goddamn what you trying to give us. You trying to give us some Eurocentric talking point.
About 5 years ago, and I'll Google it and put it in the notes, but it's a National Geographic study that it looked at the DNA of the current population of Egypt, sampling that population. Obviously, they're not doing DNA of every single person in Egypt, but doing a sampling and comparing it to other parts of Africa, West Asia, and Europe. And it's amazing that that population in Egypt is not Arab. Arab invasion of Egypt in the 7th century was an elite replacement, not a replacement of the entire population, only a replacement of maybe the top 5% of the population. And the people in Egypt today are North African, and they share a genetic similarities with Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco. This is what the people of Egypt are most connected to, which should make sense, right? There has been extraordinary misuse of genetic studies, and the one that's the most egregious in the press.
All right. Now listen up. She about to drop the bombshell. All you E1B1A niggas. All you we Western Central African only ass niggas. All you haplogroup ass niggas. All you North African DNA ass niggas. All you 22,000 years, 33,000 years, the Arab haplogroup North African looking man been there ass niggas. Check this out.
Picked up on extraordinary misuse too, which should make sense, right? There has been extraordinary misuse of genetic studies, and the one that's the most egregious and the press picked up on the quickest was this German study that took a series that did DNA analysis on a series of mummies found in an Eastern Delta site that they happen to have in the museum, because otherwise the Egyptians wouldn't have allowed this study with such a small sample and from one particular place. That's not going to tell you much of anything.
Such a small sample from one particular place put into a museum. Listen to this.
At all. And this German study released that the ancient Egyptians were Levantine. Well, of course, these people in the Delta, this small population in the Delta showed Levantine West Asian genetic traits and some similarities to that population, because there's always been a connection between Levantine and Egyptian peoples through the Delta, particularly the Eastern Delta. So no surprise there. But the way it was picked up by the press and the way it was misused by the academics themselves, and again, I'll look for this one and post it too, was quite problematic, because then you had all of these people saying that the Egyptians are not even Egyptian at all; they're West Asian, and that was gutting for the people of Egypt and quite misused. And you can imagine how that.
We got people saying that today. Aunt Kara, we got people saying that today. Did they misuse the study? Did they try to authorize that study and umbrella it, blanket it over the whole North Africa? Let's keep going.
Was also appropriated by some people in Israel. Within Israel, there's also such genetic studies. Oh, there was the other one. Sorry, I'm mixing up genetic studies. But do you guys remember the genetic study talking about the Palestinians, associating them with European genetic traits going back to the Bronze Age collapse, and that you have the movement of the Sea Peoples into West Asia, settling there on the coast of the Levant, and then you have the press release saying that the Palestinians are actually Europeans, and then you had some Israelis then using that politically to say that the Palestinians were their second and the Israelis were their first. And So please, I mean, these genetic studies can be so misused and so misunderstood and willfully misunderstood. And
this goddamn genetic study, this second genetic study she just brought up, we seeing a war going on right now, goddamn me, because of the Bible with that. Let's keep going. Race science.
Never think that archaeology is not political. It is one of the most political sciences, social sciences, that exist. Archaeology can be used to support nationalism. It can be used to support ethnic appropriation. It can be used to support colonialism. It's often used as a way of saying we.
Archaeology can be used to support colonialism. Archaeology can be used to support, what she said, rationalism?
Social sciences that exist. Archaeology can be used to support nationalism. It can be used to support.
Can be used to support nationalism. Let's keep going.
Ethnic appropriation. It can be used to support colonialism.
We call this bias race science right here.
It's often used as a way of saying we got here first, or we identify with these people, and to make a genetic connection or a cultural connection. These things can be very, very problematic. So those are some of my thoughts about the.
It could be problematic. All right, Aunt Kara, what else could be problematic?
The scholarly use and misuse of genetic studies. Genetic studies in and of themselves are problematic.
genetic studies in and of themselves are problematic. All these, imagine you've been talking about E1, B1A for 5 years, 10 years, 15. Now these niggas saying they've been doing this shit for 15 years. Imagine you've been hollering E1, B1A for 15 years and the shit is not accurate. The shit is problematic. The shit is cherry pickology. You can't go into Walmart. You can't go into Walmart and say, okay, this is Texas DNA. Okay, this is my state's DNA. Nigga, this Walmart. Let's keep going.
And there's a really good trade book on the subject that I'll also post in the comments about.
Aunt Kara, what did you say was problematic?
Studies in and of themselves are problematic. Use of genetic studies. Genetic studies in and of themselves are problematic. And there's a really good trade book on the subject that I'll also post in the comments.
Now look, imagine the shit being problematic. Then imagine you got the Egyptian government, which is Arabs, controlling the data. Like she just said, I think a museum, they did a study, and the Egypt green-lighted the study, green-lighted them putting it out, saying that the Egyptian was Levantine DNA. Let's keep going. So we see what's going on.
About modern genetic studies of ancient data sets, how you extract the DNA, how you have to plug in the holes of that DNA because it's going to be very fragmented, how contaminated that DNA can get with modern DNA around it. And you might be testing the sampler's DNA instead of the ancient DNA. It's quite complicated. When I'm not a geneticist, I don't do this stuff, but when I talk to people who study this material, there are some people who say you can't do DNA analysis with ancient materials. It cannot be done yet. We don't have the science. Other people who say, oh,
hold up, what? Hold up, what? You can't do what? Run that back.
Geneticist, I don't do this stuff, but when I talk to people who study this material, there are some people who say you can't do DNA analysis with ancient materials. It cannot be done.
You want me to tell you why? Because Aunt Kara Cooney asked that. Aunt Kara Cooney, she asked the golden question. Where's normal DNA? What, you got the first pharaoh's DNA? The first 5 pharaohs? First 10 pharaohs? You got their DNA? Nah, we don't have it. All right, so why the fuck is these Arabs speaking on Africa? See, Aunt Kara Cooney is smart. You know what I'm saying? She on the other side, but it's Rainbow Coalition around here. She's smart.
Study this material. There are some people who say you can't do DNA analysis with ancient materials. It cannot be done yet. We don't have the science. Other people who say, oh no, there's so much.
We don't have the science? Well, why they speaking on it? If we ain't got the science, why they talking about 22,000 years? You got an Arab, you got this Arab DNA marker, but you ain't got African science? Y'all ain't tapped in? But y'all can speak on Egypt, but y'all ain't tapped in. Why y'all flood Nubia? Why Nubia underwater? Y'all ain't tapped in? Or it got tapped on?
That we can learn. I will continue to listen to the experts and watch them fight before I make any conclusions myself. But I have to grapple with these things myself in my own trade books because this DNA evidence is used.
Aunt Kara, I gotta grapple with this shit too, because I got niggas that look like me, you know what I'm saying, shitting on goddamn our history. I got niggas that look like me saying that the ancient Egyptians, goddamn me, was the same people that's been there, the same people that's there. When you go there, those are Arabs, brother. Those are Arabs, hot dog. So I grapple with that too, Aunt Kara. I grapple with it too. These house niggas.
A great deal to make certain claims about in the 18th dynasty, who's the product of incest, who was related to whom, and how things work. Yeah, lots of conclusions can be made. What about the Libyan 22nd dynasty? Oh my goodness. This is complicated. After the Bronze Age collapse, or during the Bronze Age collapse, you have the incursions of so many different peoples into Egypt. You have a mass migration on a scale that the world had arguably never seen, with people coming from the northern parts of the Mediterranean and sweeping around east, settling in Anatolia, the Levant, trying to get into Egypt, being repelled multiple times, but then settling in the Delta anyway, and settling in large numbers in Libya, and then moving into Egypt from Libya. And in fact, the Libu, where modern day Libya may indeed get its name, could come from one of these Sea Peoples tribes, the Libu, the Libyans. So do we understand Libyans as North African, or do we understand them as European Greek?
Hold up, man. I gotta unshare my screen for that one. I gotta unshare. See, they don't tell y'all this. They don't tell y'all this. They don't. No, the Libyans are indigenous North Africans. The Libyans are indigenous North Africans. DNA marker 33,000 years. Suck it, pal. That's how these goofy ass niggas be talking like white people. These niggas get white people information and start talking like white people. And go pull up me a damn study from a damn college. What is wrong with these niggas, man? We gotta get these niggas some understanding. Bring out the violins. Deaf to the pseudos. Shout out to all my Afrocentrists. Shout out to the Pan-Africans. Shout out to the Blackologists. Nigga, we all of that. We embracing all of that. Just like the word nigga. We embracing all of that. You got Aunt Kara Cooney right here. Doctored up. Degreed up. Probably not a doctor, but degreed up. Saying Egyptologied up. Saying you can't, when it comes to DNA, like they don't, some motherfuckers say they ain't got the science. Some motherfuckers, they don't really know. That shit is problematic. She called it problematic. Just think about it like this. If your spouse is problematic, what you got? Get it together. Let's keep going. Aunt Kara Cooney dropping off this goddamn information. You know what I'm saying? Uncle said, say, man, this is hilarious. Hey, cause we bringing out the brooms, man. Shout out to the elder, Uncle Jabari. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all the elders that showed us, hey, look, man, fuck what the DNA say, fuck what these studies say. Bro, they capping. Look at the walls. Look at how they painted themselves.
Even. How far does your genetic strain go? It's the same way when you do a genetic test with 23andMe or National Geographic or whatever company you end up using. What's the other one? Ancestry, right? Those are our big three. They make the choice of how far they want to put the.
When you do 23andMe, Ancestry.com, they make the, so this for all the, let me unshare my screen. Listen up, all you niggas that say we only West and Central Africans. Listen up. All you niggas that say we only West and Central Africans, watch how Aunt Kara Cooney debunked this DNA shit when you try to use it as an authority. Watch, check this out. When you do 23andMe, DNA.com, they choose how far they go back. And it's only a couple hundred years. Check this out.
Ancestry, right? Those are our big three. Whatever way, when you do a genetic test with 23andMe or National Geographic or whatever company you end up using, what's the other one? Ancestry, right? Those are our big three. They make the choice of how far they want to put those genetics back, right? If you were, say, somebody from Florence and you wanted to trace your genetics all the way back to the Bronze Age, then you would probably find, and studies have shown, that you have connections to West Asian peoples. And there is indeed a mythology, an origination mythology of the Etruscans having Semitic origins.
Aunt Kara, the Egyptians got DNA from African peoples. I got DNA from African peoples. We ain't got to split up Africa like the white man. Stop thinking like the white man. You know them Arabs ain't African. Let's keep going.
and coming from abroad. And studies have been done that show that if you push that genetic material back thousands of years, you can make connections between people of West Asia from certain areas and the Etruscans. But that doesn't mean that if you're a Florentine Italian and you go to 23andMe and you get your genetics done, that they're going to say you're West Asian, because their tests don't go back that far. And they're comparing you to the population there now, and they all have that, or many of them have that Etruscan origin, but they've been there for so long that they now count as Italian, whatever that is. So these genetic tests are constantly deciding what counts as what. So, you know, in my genetic test from my mother's side, I found out recently that she's 10%.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
So, you know, in my genetic test from my mother's side, I found out recently that she's 10% North African, Coptic even. So I have some Egyptian, some Coptic Egyptian, North African, you know, little 5%, but that's cool to find the Egyptologist to find out that she's ancient Egyptian in origin, tiny little part of me. That's awesome. But does that?
She got she got 5% North African. Check this out.
That mean that all Italians are? I mean, how far does that North African go back? It's probably pretty recent. It's probably within the past couple hundred years and not much further. And tracking DNA over farther stretches of time can be quite problematic. Now, again.
Now look. Now look. Let me unshare my screen, because all these E1B1A 007 Jigga Jam draw stick, all these Eurocentric house niggas, 23andMe, they been here 20,000 years. The Arab been here 30,000 years. North African DNA is only a couple hundred years. They only going back a couple hundred years, brother. They only going back a couple hundred years, brother. It's documented, brother. Aunt Cara Cooney is on our side. Shout out Uncle Reggie. Shout out for Uncle Reggie. Yeah, but for years, we're saying the present day Egyptians are the ancient Egyptians. Yeah, get them, Uncle Said. Uncle Reggie getting on Uncle Said in the chat. Uncle Reggie hitting Uncle Said with some low blows in the chat. Uncle Reggie. Okay, Uncle La say Reggie Mabry destroyed her teaching premise on this very topic. Nah, it couldn't have been on this very topic, because she's saying she agreeing with us right now. It probably was on another video, but she agreeing with us right now. She letting you know when they say North African, that shit only go back so far. When that shit say all of this, that shit only go back so far. So don't listen to this bullshit and don't listen to these we only Western Central Africans. Africa is Africa. It wasn't no damn border. It wasn't no goddamn border on Africa. It was not a border around Africa. So stop saying you Western Central African only. God damn it. Nigga, if that's the case, nigga, claim everything. 60% ass nigga.
Again, you can tell that I'm not a geneticist and I don't pretend to be one. But I am interested in how people use and abuse ethnic, racial, nationalist identity by using these genetic markers, which brings, and then somebody asked me about the Libyans. So, you know, the Libyans, I haven't seen any genetic tests or mummy tests or anything like that has been done on the high priesthood of Amen. You could do it. You could go to the high priest and general Masaharta, Libyan name, and you could do a genetic study on his molar and see what modern communities best connect to that high priest of Amen's genetic makeup. I would be interested in seeing such a study. However, I worry about such a study being misused, mishandled, and people saying, "Oh, the people of Thebes are really northern," and or making some kind of a north-south divide between them. So these things are fraught. These things are third rail type discussions. They are hot, and identity is something that today and in the ancient world.
You ever walked into something and said, "Damn, politics." That's what she just said right there. These things are hot, yeah, because you got house niggas, you got the European, you got the Arab, and then you got the nigga. And the nigga feel like he against the whole world.
world was always quite malleable, quite flexible. You could come into Egypt as a Nubian, like the bodyguard of Hatshepsut, my Herpri, comes in from the south, from Nubia, and he Egyptianizes and he becomes an Egyptian elite. Or you could come in as a Libu or a chief of Ma, and you could come in and become the high priest of Amen and General Herihor and Egyptianize, speak Egyptian, depict yourself as an Egyptian, and then your ethnic identity is what you choose to show through your name, calling yourself a chief of Ma, something like that. But you could decide that you don't want to show any of that ethnic identity. Give yourself a name like Amenhotep. Hide it. Amen is at peace. Very Egyptian name. Don't talk about the ethnic identity, and then what are we to know? And then there's an understanding that maybe you have something you want to hide, or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you can move along into a different identity association. These things are for us today too. So if you think about all of the complications of what it means to be Mexican American, and who's considered, who's a Mexican American who grew up speaking Spanish, who's second or third generation who doesn't speak Spanish anymore. The fact that you're even speaking Spanish and not a Native American language is interesting in and of itself, right? There's already been a
Hold on, I'm gonna let her finish her sentence. That's a bomb.
Colonial identification.
There already been a colonial identification. So when we come on here and we ask Mexicans, when we come on here and we say, are you from Spain? Are you a native? Are you from Spain? Or are you an Aztec? Because we gotta understand that the shit it's a timeline of this shit. If they only getting the timeline of the ancient Egyptians from the Greco-Roman period, if they only getting it from the from the tip of Africa, nigga, you step 1 foot, nigga, you in the goddamn, you in with the Arabs. If they only getting DNA samples from over there, we got to be honest with ourselves. We got race science going on. We got race anthropology going on. Race archaeology going on. And then we got this Egyptian government full of Arabs green lighting what go and what don't go. Nigga, you ain't studying enough. Nigga, take your ass deeper into Africa and do some more work. You're not doing enough work. You're not doing enough work. All these politics. All right, we got the superstars in the building. Shouts out to Uncle La in the building. My boy Bantu in the building. Uncle Reggie in the building. Hey man, we got the electromagnetism in the building. Shouts out to Uncle Laurel. Yes, exactly. Sub-Saharan is racist. Stop saying you a Western Central African only. That damn DNA that damn 23andMe, that shit is particularly at a time period. Going back thousands of years for DNA is problematic. We just heard Aunt Cara Cooney say it. Y'all like listening to white people? I brought y'all a white person for you damn house niggas. Y'all like listening to white people? I brought y'all some white people for you house niggas. Now let's go into is Egyptology racist? You know what I'm saying? Why would you create a on the fringes. Why would you create on the fringes. Oh, hold up real quick. Let me run. Hold up. Aunt Cara Cooney. Hold up, Aunt Cara Cooney. I'm talking. Hold up, Auntie. I'm talking real quick. Let me run the show. I'm talking real quick. All right, Auntie. I'm about to let you speak to these house niggas. And I think I got some Arabs in the chat too. I think I'm about to make some Arabs mad too. All right, so check this out. We know what an African is. We come in all shapes, sizes, and colors, nigga. But if you look like one of them, stop saying you African. All right, let's go. And we about to hear Aunt Cara Cooney tell you why you need to stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all like listening to white people. So I brought a white people for y'all. Don't know what I'm saying? This who y'all like listening to. So I brought it here to chop it up with y'all. Here you go. How you doing, Auntie?
Haley, how you doing? Haley, I like that. Hi from Hungary, Pun. Hi, Amber Lee. In this Facebook, YouTube context before, the way we do things, and this racism within Egyptology. So, if I'm ancient Near Eastern powerhouse, and just these names, the ancient Near East, the Oriental Institute, just these names smack of racism within our line of work, our academy, the way we do things, and this racism within Egyptology. So, you know, if I'm asking, is Egyptology racist? This is the discussion that we all have to have about what racism is. That's not saying that Egyptology X is racist or Egyptology Y is racist, though I have to say I have seen it. And there are Egyptologists who dress up in jodhpurs and pith helmets and colonial garb and go out into Egypt with absolutely no self-referentiality of what that does to Egyptians who see them in their colonial get-ups. Those are Egyptologists from Yale, and you can do some Google searching. So there is racism within Egyptology, within individuals, but most of it.
All right. So imagine we supposed to be listening. This is the authority. Egyptology is supposed to be the authority for Egypt, but it got racism in it. Imagine you hearing that. All gloves is off. Cancel the program. Cancel the department. Cancel the department. What are we doing here? You saying it's racist? You saying Egyptology is racist? Cancel the department. Get the department out of here. Why are we still discussing Egyptology? That's supposed to be changed. That's supposed to be defunct. That's supposed what they say defunded. All right, let's keep going.
Is racism within accounting, racism within law enforcement, racism within the government. It is racism that is systemic, that is part of an institution, that is something that individuals aren't necessarily responsible for. But if we don't, as individuals, speak up and notice it and say something, then there are issues. And so it is time for Egyptology as a discipline and as a science to speak up and say, why do we use words like Oriental? Why do we use words like the Near East? Near East implies that it is near to something, but it is east of it. And it implies that it is near to the West. It is near to Greece and the European Mediterranean. So that's what the ancient Near East means. It is east in relation to the center of the world, right? So ancient Near East or Middle East, these are in and of themselves problematic terms. So do you call yourself the Department of African Studies, African and West Asian Studies? Maybe. Maybe just taking a strict geographic perspective would be the best way to do it. But we should at least talk about what terms like Oriental or Ancient Near East do to people and how it makes people feel and how it excludes certain people from a discipline. So when I ask, is Egyptology racist? I'm not saying, oh yeah, look at all these people whom I know are racist. We are all culpable. We are all part of this system, and we all have to be talking about it. We all have to be discussing what it means. So,
damn, man. Hey, see. Now, if she was a, y'all always talk about when shit hit the fan, we always say, you was culpable. You knew about it. You knew about it 5 years ago. Nigga, you been knowing about it. Nigga, you been knew about this shit. She's saying, man, we are responsible. We all got to speak out about it. She womaning up. That's a real woman right there. She's saying, yes, this department is racist. We all got to speak out about it. But these goddamn coons, these niggas want to be like us. These niggas want to be, no, you are West and Central African only. No, goofy ass nigga, that only go back 300 years. As Africans, we was migrating. Before you got to West Africa, you was in East Africa. This shit was migrating, brother. We wasn't staying in one spot. Goddamn, we ain't have no goddamn we ain't have no goddamn skyscrapers and nah, we wasn't flat-footed, brother. We was not flat-footed, brother. Let's keep rocking that.
And you know, I'm open to anything that people have to say. If you disagree, if you think I missed something, get in there, because I am the entitled white chick talking about this, and you know, I am the beneficiary of these systems, and it is thus hard for me to see the exclusionary nature of how it actually works. So do jump in. But Egyptology in and of itself, as I think you guys know, is based on colonialism, right? And so there are two layers of racism within Egyptology. Number one, there's the colonial element of the white European man or American man or Australian man going into Egypt, taking stuff, taking treasures as early as the 18th century, bringing them back to museums in these places and studying these things, being the great savant, and then telling the lowly Egyptians they don't understand what they have. They don't, there's a book written by Brian Fagan that I could find if I looked for. Let's see. I think I've got it. Here's a good one. The Rape of the Nile by Brian Fagan, University of California, San Diego professor. So, how do these colonials go in, take over Egypt in terms of the study of its antiquity, claim it, such that if you're working in Egypt today as an Egyptian archaeologist or an Egyptian historian of ancient Egyptian data sets, then you will be more successful if you get your PhD in Europe, Germany, Britain, France, or in the United States. And then you come back to Egypt with that PhD. That is the colonial means to success. And that's something that we have to discuss. That Tutankhamun's tomb was discovered by Howard Carter, a British Egyptologist under the control of a patron, Lord Carnarvon, a British patrician who funded that. And while there was discussion amongst Egyptologists with this great find about whether or not it should be divided, as so many finds had been up to that point, the discoverer gets to take some back to the Met, and the rest stays in the Cairo Museum, for example. With the magnitude of the find of Tutankhamun, it was decided to keep all of those objects within Egypt, but don't forget that it was the French Antiquity Service that made that decision. So all of it was colonially done. All of it was colonially controlled. And even with the revolution in Egypt in 1950 that removed British/French European colonial control from its...
Hey, look, man. Hey, man, this shit is disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Shit is disgusting. We got goddamn racism going on under our nose. We got racism going on under our nose, and ain't nobody talking about it. We got racism going on in our backyard, and ain't nobody talking about it. So that's why I say, don't go get me no source no more. Go give me an African. Don't go give me no source. Go give me an African, or go give me a white woman that's talking like this, or a white man that's talking. Don't go give me no in between ass niggas. She just said, yes, Egyptology is racist. Yes, the ancient Egyptians was black. Nigga, if in the American term, there was people of color. In American terms, they have to sit at the back of the bus. She gonna let you know what the goddamn deal is. I don't know what y'all be listening to, and it turns out, goddamn, Christopher Ehret agrees with us also. You know what I'm saying? So it was an argument where the Egyptians were not African. They were Mediterranean. They're West Asian. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all concede into the argument or if we switching the topic, but it's supposed to be understood that the Egyptians are African. But we going even further, goddammit. We getting DNA tests, mummies saying dark to black. If the study saying that the DNA, if the study is saying
means to be Mexican American,
the African,
and who's considered, who's a Mexican American who grew up speaking Spanish, who's second or third generation who doesn't speak Spanish anymore.
Auntie, I'm live.
The fact that you're even speaking Spanish and not a Native American.
Auntie, I'm live. Hold up. Auntie, I'm live. Hold up. I'm live. But yeah, you got first the argument was they, now we going even further. You got studies saying that this specimen was skin tone was dark to black. All you gotta do is go look at the damn Olympics last year. You seen Sudan in the goddamn in the Olympics. What them niggas look like? Dark to black. Don't tell me ain't nobody black, because we can pull up a nigga that's black. I can go get a nigga that's black. We got goddamn black Americans that's been here over hundreds of years. So we don't want to hear that shit, ain't nobody black. Stop with these goofy ass arguments. You niggas be having the most goofiest arguments. Yes, you got niggas that's black. That's why you call niggas black. Because niggas be black. The hell is we got going on? Ain't no nigga black. Nigga, the study, your study by these damn Europeans said that the specimen skin tone would have been dark to black. So we know what dark is. I ain't dark, but we got some dark brothers. We know what dark is, but we damn sure know we got some black brothers. Let me pull up a picture of a black brother since y'all want to act like ain't nobody really black. Ain't nobody black for real. What? Nigga, it's a black in every nigga, it's 5 blacks in every hood. Nigga, when you say, hey, you know black from over there, nigga, you gotta start describing that nigga because it's a couple blacks. Nigga, you say black, you might say the wrong black, nigga. You might be talking about the wrong black. All right, so let's look at my boy. This is Bo Bo. If you older than 40 years old, you know his daddy, Manute Bo. So let's look up Bo Bo. This is, and then we're gonna look up South Sudan's basketball team in the Olympics last year. This is Bo Bo. You know what I'm saying? This, what would y'all call this? What is Bo Bo? I think I need to pull up my boy Precious. Okay, this is Bo Bo. Now let's go to South Sudan Olympic basketball roster. Okay, now look at this guy. Look at this cat. A lot of these guys went on to get NBA contracts. But look at my brother right here. You telling me this? Hold up. Matter of fact, let's go right here. I need a big picture. Cause these niggas say nobody can be black for real. Oh, can't nobody be black? Oh, nobody can be black? Look at these. No thanks. We don't want to donate to no Christian organ. All right, so look at these guys right here. This ain't that ain't black. All right, let's keep going. Look at my brother right here. That ain't black. Like, we gotta stop. This ain't being racist. But you goofy, you not gonna acknowledge it. They say dark to black. Look at my brother right here. Look at my brother right here. That's not Photoshop. That is not Photoshop. That is how our people look. We come in different shades of brown, different shades of black. It's how we look. You can't stop it. Look at the sisters right here. South Sudan sisters. You can't stop trying to. I don't know what you niggas used to. I don't know what you niggas used to, but this is, look at my brother right here. Look at my brother all the way to the left. This one's really going on. This was really going on. It's precious. This what we really this what we mean when we say this what we mean when we say black. So we need to cut it out with this can't nobody be black. We know what black is. You know what I'm saying? And we're not gonna concede. We're not gonna concede to an argument. We're not gonna concede. Yeah, we used to call niggas black ass and school. Shut your black ass up. That's one of the main goddamn arguments. So with this, we not gonna concede to. No, we not saying all Egyptians was black like that. That picture I just showed right there. That ain't what we saying. We saying, nigga, in Africa, you got every skin color. You got all skin colors, all skin types of brown, black, all skin types. But we don't got that Arab looking thing in there. That migrated in there. Migrated to Libya, then into Egypt. You know what I'm saying? That's what since y'all like listening to white people, that's what Aunt Cara Cooney had said. All right, let me drop the link. You know what I'm saying? Bring the gang up in here. And I got one more PhD black lady, but that's for if these niggas, because I know they like listening to white people. So I like to give them, you know what I'm saying, who they I'm gonna go to Chat GPT and Google and find me a source. I need a source. Nigga, go get an African, because I got one, nigga. If you ain't got an African, nigga, we don't know what you're talking about. I got an African that's saying exactly what I'm saying, and I can pull her up as soon as a nigga get out of line, as soon as a nigga gets slick. Niggas be getting slick. my theme music at? So we got Auntie. What the hell her name is? You got Auntie Bun Me Oyen San. Auntie Bun Me Oyen San, you know what I'm saying? She got some she was putting me on game on the ancient Egyptians. Let me find something real quick. Auntie Bun Me. Bun Me. Yeah, Auntie Bun Me. You know what I'm saying? We listen to the ancestors. Y'all listen to the white people. We let y'all listen to the white people. This is what the ancestors say.
Look like. And I'd like us to start by taking a closer look at the origin of ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptian civilization has been said by various historians to have started about 10, 8, or 5,000 years ago. The jury is still out on trying to figure out precisely when it started. What is important to note here is that it is the earliest recorded civilization. It is said to have lasted more than 3,000 years and was divided into two kingdoms spanning 30 dynasties. It is believed to be the oldest of all civilizations. Now, from the earliest and most reliable records found in the Edfu text, which I mentioned in an earlier episode, the area was conquered by Horus, who came there from somewhere south of Egypt. As I stressed in that episode, the Edfu text was carved in stone. It was found in the temple of Horus, the oldest recorded ruler of Egypt, in the area that we now know as ancient Egypt. Horus conquered the people he met in the area, just as he had vanquished the people he met on his way from the south. This king Horus became deified after he died. The place that Horus came from the place that Horus came from originally has been identified as somewhere around Uganda and Somaliland. I won't dwell on the question of
Mm, mm. The place that they say Horus originated from was around Somali and Uganda. We ain't talking about no goddamn Arabs, gang. We talking about Horus, gang. Somali and Uganda. Do we gotta play these games? They didn't say the Middle East. They didn't say Saudi Arabia, Palestine. They didn't say Jerusalem, Uganda. Okay, I knew. What's goody? Knock her up.
Peace, nigga, up in this bitch, man. Powerful bills only. We learn every motherfucking day in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man, you spitting the truth, man. Like I said, man, we've been battling these jokers, man, this whole time. And a lot of people always ask us, why do y'all gravitate towards Egypt? Why do y'all gravitate towards the Nile Valley? Because it's ours, bitch. That's why, nigga. That's why it belonged to us. It always belonged to us. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like you gotta be unapologetically about your ancestors, man. You have to be. You see what I'm saying? Because all of our ancestors, man, when you go over to West Africa and you start listening to the oral traditions of them people, why all of them keep saying that they come from the East? Why they all keep saying that shit? I mean, from Benin to Ghana to the Igbo to the Yoruba, all of them say that they migrated to West Africa, like in the past, like 5,000 years. They migrated there. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like this whole ideology about Africa, I mean Egypt being this Eurasian creation. You see what I'm saying? That's just part of the disintegration. And I want to put this out there, right? Okay, so what we're they're trying to do to the world what they have done in the United States. You understand what I'm saying? So the United States is a microcosm of they plans for the rest of the world. They want to make one world government, right? One rules, one law that rules them all. You understand what I'm saying? And there will be one sole leader over the whole thing. And you know, y'all could sit there and think Congress and the Senate. You know what I'm saying? But this is the whole plan. So anything that's great of any importance, they want to use for the white supremacist structure. You see what I'm saying? So they can't have Egypt being from niggas of niggas, because then that means that niggas would have been greater than them because Greece learned from Egypt. You see what I'm saying? And you know, the child is never greater than the parent. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, they got to get a what's up, girl? What's up, bro? What you doing? Shit, I'm online right now, cuz. My bad, bro. Let me get something. Let me get something. Shit, I ain't even got damn shit with. Hold on, give me a minute. I'm gonna go to Dollar Tree real quick. Hey, so yeah, man. If you do the research yourself, man. I got you something. If you do the research yourself, you will see it that it's an ongoing effort to suppress black greatness. You see what I'm saying? Even the things that we uncovered in my own debate, it's like, damn, we keep doing it. Everywhere we go, everywhere they put us, we start rebuilding civilization and start doing great things. You know what I'm saying? And when we do it, they got to knock us down because of our progression, because of how fast we advance. I don't think y'all understand how quick we advance. Like, bro, if they don't put a cap on niggas, cause this will be Wakanda quick. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if you start really studying a lot of these things, you're gonna understand how great we really are. Even when it come down to just using like the word nigga, that you can find nigger in the meta letter. It's NGR. You know what I'm saying? Although it would be properly performed nedger. You know what I'm saying? Nedger. You know what I'm saying? But that's the same exact energy. When you see the word nedger, that's the same as nigger. It's the same exact energy. Now, not only that, I want to also point out, when you see the word nature and you see nigger or nigga, when you see this, what you're also saying is the word energy. You can hear it when I say the word energy. You can hear uh 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 you can hear the phonic tones
Nigga,
within the word energy.
nigga G.
Nigga, yeah, I'm saying, like, if you don't believe me, next time you get into a fight, I want you to square up with the nigga, right? And every time you hit him, just yell out nigga. Just yell out nigga every time you do it, and you let me know if you don't hit that man harder and harder every single time. Like,
You gonna
it's
get
a
some power.
power
You
mantra.
get some power.
It's energy.
Power.
Dude,
Right.
so you gotta understand, they don't really want to call you nigga. That was an accident. That was an accident. Calling you a nigga was an accident, which is the
Unlock.
reason why they want to ban that shit, ban your ass from saying it.
This shit had unlocked some superpowers.
Yeah, it unlocks superpowers. And you got these niggas running around here chanting power mantras and wonder why they stronger than you, faster than you. You know what I'm saying? Smarter than you, genetically superior to you, and you've been sitting here calling these niggas for how long? That's a long time to just be generating energy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't want to get all into some hocus pocus stuff, but you know what I'm saying? Spirit is spirit, man. And you keep on chatting on the natures. You keep on chatting nature every time you say the word. And all you doing is invoking that nature in us every time you utter the word. So, you know what I'm saying? And those natures could be negative or positive. You know what I'm saying? Because like you know, in the end, bro, like I said, a lot of this culture, you got to fight for it. You got to fight to hold on to it. We're watching them change history in our face. This is why I keep on saying, like, I'm against the mainstream narrative. The mainstream narrative is political, bro. You got to find something else to rub up against the mainstream narrative. And the minute that you find something else to rub up against that shit, you start seeing shit fall apart. Like stuff start falling apart. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
Or more so, you start seeing the truth. You start that's when you truth seeking. You feel me?
yeah, just like with the abos, right? When they be like, "Oh, we not Africans, we not Africans." You know what? I don't know. Maybe it's because they lost in the translation of the meaning of the words, right? So, like I was explaining this to somebody the other day. I'm like, I don't know why these abo dudes always be trying to go back 10,000 years, 50,000 years, and all that bullshit. What the hell you got to do that for when all you got to do is just go back the last 400 or 500 years, the last 600 years, right? That's far as you need to go back. You ain't got to go back that far. You predate niggas being on this landmass, on this continent, predate the U.S. government and the U.S. colonies. We predate that. And I don't give a fuck if it was the Spanish or if it was the French or whoever the fuck bought niggas over here. That shit don't mean nothing to me. The point is that there were niggas here that had settlements here prior to the formation of the United States, which is our host oppressor. That's our host oppressor is the United States, and they come from the Brits. They English. They're not French. They're not Spanish. You see what I'm saying? So we are those abo motherfuckers are indigenous when it comes to the English. When it comes to the English. Now all that other shit they talking, that's dumb shit. Nigga, you niggas are maroons. All you motherfuckers are maroons. How can you be a descendant of a maroon and not be of African blood?
Right.
How? How? That's literally what makes you a maroon is because you got that African blood and your ancestors was enslaved. Like that's literally what makes you a maroon. The fact that you escaped slavery, you fought against slavery, you were against the oppression makes you a maroon because you are against the system. That's what makes you maroon. You see what I'm saying? So that makes you African, bro. Yeah, you might not be all 100% African, nigga, but your ass is majority African, nigga. And as long as you over 50%, goddamn it, you need to be picking this motherfucking flag up.
Right.
Black nationalism dying, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That shit dying. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas don't got no patriotic energy towards the red, black, and green flag. The concept of being a nation. One thing. One thing, one body, one mind. You see what I'm saying? And it's like we running away from that shit, bro. And like I said, other people in the world is suffering because African Americans refuse to uh, become one body politic. If we became one body politic, we could make the U.S. government do whatever the fuck we want them to do. We just not doing
Uncle
it.
Lorel,
Yeah.
Uncle Lorel, what did the Europeans say about the ancient Egyptians, the Greeks and shit when they went over there and shit?
Man, well, for you talking about besides the fact that they were stuck in awe, stuck in awe and wonder. You know what I'm saying? When they first came up on the pyramids, when they first came up into Egypt, when they first was introduced to those things, man, like that revolutionized those people. That's what sparked the age of reasoning. I think that's what they call it. I think that's what they call it, like the age of reasoning or some shit. And that all came from them studying in Egypt, man. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, you've been. I don't know if you ever been to college before, right? You ever been to college? You ever walked on a college campus, a
No,
university?
no.
All right, right. So I have, right. I ain't saying I went to the motherfucker. I'm saying I've been on the bitch, right? And the feeling that you get when you see it, how big it is, how many people it is, you know what I'm saying? The whole institution of the shit, right? You get this feeling of being small. You get the feeling of being small. And you can imagine that's the way the entire Greek people felt. This is the way the entire Greek people felt when they came into contact with the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? When they see these black bodied men able to walk around and in right in the face of God, not be burnt or die from cancer, none of that shit. They just they're able to withstand. You know what I'm saying? Strong people. That's what they saw. They saw builders, architects, law, jurisprudence. That's what they saw. You see what I'm saying? And it wasn't just the Greeks. It was everybody in the known world at that time. They used to call Egypt the jewel of the world, the jewel of the world. Like everybody wanted to be like Egypt. That's the reason why when you look at ancient cultures, all of them kind of mirror each other from Mesopotamia all the way over into China, all the way over into China. You know what I'm saying? Even over into the Americas, like it all mirror each other. You know what I'm saying? That's how powerful that culture was. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, man. The Greeks, I mean, like if you think about like how the white man is, you know, he probably felt intimidated. He probably felt intimidated. You see what I'm saying? And that's probably what made him grow envy and hate towards us. Looking at all those great statues of black
Can you give
men.
it? Can you give me a little? Can you give us a little bit of what you know about the Liberia Timbuktu?
You know what? I wish I knew Arabic so I could be more in depth with the knowledge that Timbuktu had because a lot of that stuff was wrote in Arabic. Uh, but this is the one thing that I know about Timbuktu, and this ain't no shot to you know what I'm saying, Moorish Science Temple brothers. It was the damn Moors who sacked fucking Timbuktu, bro. Moors sacked Timbuktu. You know what I'm saying? So like this man, Timbuktu was probably greater than Alexandria. Greater than Alexandria, bro. But there's
Yeah,
still there's still a lot of manuscripts and books still in Timbuktu that wasn't burnt down, that wasn't incinerated and destroyed. There's still a lot of them around, and a lot of them have not been. I mean, and we're talking about thousands of books, bro, thousands of scrolls. You know what I'm saying? That just ain't been translated because nobody speaks that shit anymore. Nobody, you know what I'm saying? So it's like we need to get on our feet, bro, so we can actually go dive deep off into West Africa. Like there's a whole vault of information over there in that region when it comes to documenting history of they own, you know, for them documenting their own thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like we need to get over there and get into that because it's not widely known. And the fact that it's not widely known and that it's over here in the West, like it's in West Africa, and you don't know nothing about it, it should spark some interest. Like the fact that they keep on making us look at Egypt, right? Like we keep on looking at Egypt, even though we know we from West Africa. We are from West Africa, but we kind of be overlooking West Africa when West Africa is just as great as the East. It's just as great, like especially when it comes to culture, when it comes to history, when it comes to just all in all. the diversity of the people and stuff like that. So
I
yeah,
think
man.
when we got to look at when we say, well, these people now, those people there back then, we got to look at the reaction of what these people now do to the shit that was there since back then. Like burning down libraries, knocking the nose off of shit. Like you can tell, you can clear stealing the rhinestone off the pyramids. You can clearly tell these people had different. They didn't nigga. They. It's like you
They
just gave.
motive, they motive was different.
It's like you just nah. Hold up. This is what I'm saying. They didn't know what the fuck they had. So it didn't even it wouldn't. It's like you giving somebody a call, not letting them know you got to change the oil. You know what I'm saying? You might have to change the tire one day. You know what I'm saying?
Man, yeah, man. It's a raw end of the stick is what that shit is, man.
All right,
It's
the Liberia Alexandria. Give me a little
the
information.
the Liberia Alexandria. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, the crackers say that it was built in the time of the Ptolemies, right? The time of the Ptolemies. Now, the Ptolemies is an interesting period in Egypt with the construction of the Liberia Alexandria. I really want to know what was the true motive behind that because they built it. Why? Why? I mean, nigga, that shit don't even make sense. When they sacked that, you have to understand what they were really doing. That was about the erasure of or link to or link to the culture to be able to actually claim and keep dominance over it. When you attacking a nation, and they still do this to this day, they attack the intellectuals. They attack the intellectuals, the people that's going to formulate strategies and things of that nature. They attack those institutions. So the fact that they burnt down Alexandria, and Alexandria kept the records. They kept it kept the records of the people, the wars of who is who and when is what. Once they burnt that down, then they could write their own narrative, and that's exactly what happened. They start writing their own narrative, and that's what we going by. Like we look at these archaeological finds uh and yeah, there's a nuance that a lot of people don't understand. Like, dude, they was eating mummies. They was, nigga, bruh. They was eating so many mummies that it became a damn industry. You understand what I'm saying, bro? Like that made for probably 100 years or so. These crackers just sat around and just was eating dead bodies, consuming dead bodies out of Egypt.
Neanderthal behavior. All right, Uncle Law says, what about the House of Wisdom?
What about it?
I guess he wants you to
I don't
elaborate.
know that. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what he meant by that. Like, he got to be more specific.
That's probably that's probably like an Islamic thing. But let me say this: if you got what holiday we going into? Let's say for let's say for Halloween, you gotta all this shit blowed up, your shit lit. You got everything in your front yard. You got goddamn big ass tall shit for Halloween. All this shit in your front yard. One day I come through, I steal all of your artifacts. I steal all of your artifacts from your front yard. You know what I'm saying? And I stay next neighborhood over, and I go put that shit up in my front yard. What
Right.
can happen to me, Uncle a new Kakarot?
Oh man. You know what? What should happen to you is somebody ought to run up in your trail ship, you know what I'm saying, and give you a dose of that your own medicine because that's wild crazy, man. Like you talking about like strong arm robbery. Is that no, that ain't even strong arm robbery, now that's just flat out robbery. That's like flat out robbery, bro.
So a motherfucker do $5.99. A motherfucker do $5.99 behind stealing somebody else's property. Now if you had a gun, nigga, the maximum go up. But what I'm
Right.
saying is these motherfuckers went into Egypt, took shit, and took it back to their cracker country
Right. And then put it in the museum.
and put it in the museum
Charge the fee to come see it.
and
Look
charged the fee to come and wrote about it from their context.
right.
Nah, nigga. This ain't no goddamn boogeyman. Nigga, this is the goddamn angel.
Oh yeah.
They don't know what they talk about.
Hell no, they don't know what they talking about.
Like, imagine the audacity, Uncle Reggie. Uncle Reggie, imagine Uncle Reggie, you know what I'm saying, 20 years from now, you got a scooter and you parking your scooter on your block in Harlem, Uncle Reggie. 20 years from now, you got a scooter, you parking your scooter on your block in Harlem, Uncle Reggie. You got a badass scooter, motherfucker, got radio on it, everything. And somebody across the way, across the street, in the brownstone across the street, steal your motherfucking scooter, Uncle Reggie. Not just that, but put it in front of their house like it's theirs, Uncle Reggie. That is called
I'm liable to burn that shit down myself. Like, you know what? Fuck that shit and you. You know, I'm gonna burn both of you. You gonna burn with it.
you go, you stealing African property. You stealing African property,
Man,
putting it in your large historical museum.
your jail for stolen goods.
Jail for stolen goods. So when we hear stories like Hitler has unveiled blase blase blase, nigga, where you got it from? Why are we asking people to give us our shit back? Why they got it in the first place? If you go in
Right.
your cell, if you go in your cell and goddamn your tuna pack, your beans, your rice, and your goddamn sodas is missing, goddamn somebody gotta be held liable, goddamn it.
Yeah, like that the crown jewel of Britain, I think it is. That jewel that's inside that crown, nigga, that shit's African, and they stole it from there, and they know where they stole it from and who they stole it from, and walk around with that motherfucker just waving their hand like they noble as fuck, man.
My sweet thing, my sweet thing ain't had no legs. How it just got out of my bag? How the shit just walked out of Africa? All our goddamn artifacts.
Look, it'd be different if it was just like, oh, it was just gold or it was just diamonds and rubies, nigga. It's statues and shit that look like nigga. Like y'all
Right,
stole that shit. Like it don't
right,
even look like white people. Like like
right,
like you have
right.
you have no. There's
Yeah.
absolutely no
You
fucking
have you
logical
have no you have
explanation
no
for this shit.
cultural appropriation. You have no liquorship appropriation to none of this shit. You just took it to look at it.
You just took it to look at it. Nigga, it didn't serve no purpose. It didn't make your crops grow. It didn't purify your water. You know what I'm saying? It didn't bring fertility to the fucking people. Nothing. They straight devil. I mean, like straight demonic ass shit, nigga.
And then they got
straight,
these
straight
studies,
demonic.
they got these studies to where they finding cocaine and cigarette butts. No, niggas. Why y'all crackers doing the study, nigga? Y'all get jiggy. We know what. Hey, look. We ain't about to play these games. We ain't about to play these games with y'all. Stop trying to downgrade our people. Stop trying to downgrade our people. Y'all know what y'all be doing. Y'all getting all this money to go study somebody else's history that you don't give a damn about. So you partying and shit.
All right. This how you know that that shit don't really belong to the Arab, right? It don't really belong to no African people. If them was really your motherfucking ancestors buried in them graves, would you really just let motherfuckers come there, walk on top of it, take pictures by it, selfies and shit? You know what I'm saying? Nigga, nowhere in the world does anybody do that. Where in the world do people turn they ancestors into a fucking circus? It's a like what the fuck is that? We bruh, there are ancestors and they got them in museums. They got the body, they got the dead bodies of your ancestors in museums. This shit don't happen nowhere else in the world, bro. That we go to Egypt, and they know these places are like the Valley of the Kings and all of these. But these are all resting places. These are all cemeteries, and you niggas can go there and tour for a low price of, you know what I'm saying? Who
Right.
monetizes the death of their ancestors? Who does that?
How you know? That's how you know that the people that's there now are not the ancient Egyptians. They
They're
don't
not.
understand.
That's not them,
That's
bro.
not them.
You should feel some type of way, bro. If I went to your dead people's grave and I charged a fee, I charged a fee to come, bro.
Nah, it's like this, gang. It's like this. It's like this. The, your next door neighbor or nigga that stayed 2 projects down. He murked your brother. And you know that and he beat the case, self-defense. And you know that nigga still stay 2 projects down. You know what I'm saying? It's like on some shit like it was there, it was ours, and now it's not ours. So
Right,
any nigga that's black should be feeling some type of way when it comes to this Egypt topic. When it
right,
when this white lady says it's racism and Egyptology and we all gotta be held accountable, nigga, she warming up.
right.
Nigga, that's what it is.
Ovaries on the table, tits on the table.
Say it again.
No, I said she warming up, nigga. Ovaries on the table, tits on the table.
Man, so and then when she say trying to get ancient DNA is problematic. And when you do your ancestry and it say a genetic marker that can only go back a couple 100 years and it's problematic. Like we gotta understand that science is being cherry picked by who's the authority. So when I ask
Yep.
motherfuckers who run the world, they want to be scared about it. They don't want to be rational. We
When
gotta be
people tell me about their DNA test, all I want to know is who funds the the company that do it. Who funds them?
this what I'm saying, Uncle Larrell. This what I'm saying. It's good to get an understanding of recent genetics, but we
Right.
talking about ancient Egyptians, ain't we?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want recent genetics, a couple hundred years, 300 years, 400 years back, yes, ancestry DNA 23andMe is cool, but don't bring that bullshit to this ancient conversation. And understand that they don't have the science. This is what they say. This is what they say. They don't have the technology to do those type of studies. But you got technology to look up goddamn ancient hominids. No, you got the data, but it don't agree with the government of Egypt.
Right.
So you're
Right.
gonna keep giving us these roundabout ass, borderline ass, Levantine ass mummies.
Yep.
You're gonna keep highlighting those samples. They're gonna baby feed us that shit.
I mean, bro, you got, bro. Listen, nephew, listen.
Uncle Reggie.
They were eating mummies, nigga. They, nigga, for about, man, go look, bro. You know what? Pull it up. Go type it in. Pull it up.
Nah, hey, I believe you. I believe you, gang. Uncle Lorel, I believe you.
Cause that they was eating mummy. How you know the best mummies to eat?
Man, I ain't trying to
Let me tell
cut
you.
it out.
You know the best. You know the best mummies to eat. The
Go
black
ahead.
ones. The black ones. Them the ones that got all the power in it, bro. They ate the mummies. I wouldn't be surprised if the mummies that they are testing didn't even come from Egypt. I wouldn't doubt if they are importing those damn mummies from other regions.
All right, hold up real quick, Uncle Lorel. Uncle Reggie. Uncle Reggie hit the panel. You know what I'm saying? He been in
Big.
the chat. So I know he formulated a great opinion. Peace, Elder. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I'm largely listening. Um, I've been in Black Studies since 1980, I think 82. So that makes it about 40 years. Believe it or not, 40 years. So I've been in Black Studies.
It's just you and me, cuz.
Huh? Say what? What, Brother Laurel? What you say?
Hello?
Yes, good brother. Can you hear me?
Hold up real quick. Hold up real quick, Uncle Lorel.
Okay.
Go ahead, Uncle Reggie.
Uh, so, uh, so when I said I was in Black Studies, I was in a university, and so I'm very happy that we have soldiers in the street kicking what they know and trying to pull back the hood from the misconceptions. There's been lots of misconceptions in our community. We
Hey,
have
Uncle Lorel. Uncle Lorel.
Yeah.
Mute your mic for me real quick.
Uh,
Got a little.
this whole Asiatic black man concepts in our community that a lot of people in the hood believe. And we have now,
you know, I don't hear nothing at all.
Uncle Lorel, refresh. Uncle Lorel, refresh the program and mute your mic for me. Go ahead, Uncle Reggie.
so in dealing with the oppressor, uh, and as people began to study, um, you have Noble Drew Ali, um, and prior to Noble Drew Ali, scholars who claimed Asia and the East for looking for blackness there and saying that we are those groups. And then we have this new generation of Hebrews, and then we have these Abos, and just waiting for the hood because they're watching these channels, trying to recalibrate themselves. So I'm not going to go against anything directly that my brother Laurel said, because that's where he's learning. And the more you know, the more you know you don't know. And then you have to be very specific about what you're talking about, because in our communities, talking among ourselves is practice. Talking to the European and pushing them back is where ultimately some of us have went to. Um, what I do want to do is I want to give you some information. I'll do a show on this, but I'll give you some information. In dealing with a misconception that we've had for many years, we believe that the current populations in North Africa, the way that they look currently, is the way they looked in ancient times. And that is not true. The groups of North Africans that were there 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 7,000, 8,000, they looked brown to black. So we went to Egypt, of course, because we could um, physically see um, uh, the African component in Egypt. Then recently, uh, museums and academia began to calibrate and to question what North Africa looked like. In North Africa, we have the Green Sahara, and then we have migrating populations from the Green Sahara to the Niger and to Egypt. But we should start at the Green Sahara period, and that gives us a pretty good indication of what the phenotypes, the diversity of phenotypes were in the Green Sahara. So what is shocking is this, and I'll bring it up, is that we have looked at, because of those people that's in North Africa, they have, through propaganda, populated a phenotype that wasn't there in the early periods. So let's just do this with science. And the other thing is, like, when you're talking in our communities, we're not really specific. We say a lot of things, but we should say them with sources, right? And that's what this current generation of YouTubers are beginning to do, right? I'm saying just beginning to do, to be accurate. So let me just show this, and I'm going to do a show on this, but I'll give it to Super Wavy. Okay, great. So what the North Africans look like, I'm talking about the people that run Morocco now, Tunisia, Algeria, Libya. They seem to be lighter. And let me just move this down a little bit so you can see it on screen. Great. Okay. Well, the fact of the matter is, the light skin allele, which we have found because they have genome sequenced North Africa, we have found out that the light skin allele in North Africa is comes from the SLC 24A5 gene. And it comes from a particular allele called the A111T allele of this particular gene. Now, the origin of this SLC 24A5, particularly the A111T allele, originated between 22,000 and 28,000 in West Asia, according to genetic studies, right? That gene spread to North Africa, and so the light skin gene, that allele, originated in North Africa only 5,000 to 3,000 BCE. So prior to this light skin allele in North Africa, the Green Sahara, right? The Green Sahara, the people were brown, dark, and to black. And so let me just stop there. Let me just stop there, and so that the panel can catch up. The light skin gene, right, began in West Asia, right? So the Asiatic black man, well, in the Asiatic communities, this gene began to rise 22,000 to 2,800 there, and it spread to North Africa, and it touched ground about 5,000 to 3,000 BCE. That's when you start seeing it appear that it's starting to affect the DNA of the indigenous North Africans. Prior to that, the studies that we have been looking at, the human genome sequence of the old Egyptian, the Schunemann report, and the other North African report, uh, from those publications, we find um, we start looking at North African genes. So the SLC 24A5 light skin allele was present in North Africa uh, in this particular period, in the late Neolithic period. So they just got there 5,000 years ago. Now, in the 5,000 years to the present, right? 5,000 years to the present, which is all roughly 8,000 uh, years, well, 7,000, roughly 7,000 to 8,000 years. Then we see a phonetic or climb skin color change. So they didn't look like those people that they look like now. And so what we find is that in North Africa itself, it did not need sub-Saharan black skin, even though sub-Saharan black skin had sub-Saharan black skin migrated to North Africa in an earlier period, and then North Africa became distinct from the sub-Saharans. So they want to leave that out. They want to
Uncle
leave
Reggie,
that out. Yes.
Uncle Reggie, I think was beautiful about this is with this timeline is they harp on the 22,000 years, but see what I harp on is when they say I'm cool with when they first got to Africa. We know we always pointed those people out. But if you just go to the frequency in North Africa, it says suggesting it became established thousands of years ago, likely through migration from the Near East. So when we see thousands of years ago, that's two what we get at what 2 or 3 thousand years, Uncle Reggie?
No, I don't know about your math. Um, your what it is what I am saying from the paper, right? Is that that gene developed in West Asia, and
That's overstood. When you see it say established thousands of years ago, what ain't that 2 or 3 thousand years? Thousands of years ago. What that sound like to you?
well, I said it in the second paragraph, a timeline of origin. The spread to North Africa was 5,000 and 3,000 BC.
Nah, but we talking about the frequency, how they everywhere now.
The frequency, right?
Cool.
Yes.
We already knew that we already knew that they touched into Africa. We pointed them out. We know what they look like. But for them to be everywhere now, we would have to go to frequency in North Africa. And they say it only been like that thousands of years ago.
That's correct. So that's the point. That's the point when I first brought it up, where I said that we have been fooled thinking that North Africa always looked like the populations that it is currently. It did not, right? Over the last 3,000 to 5,000 years, uh, you have the beginning of these states or these people, particularly the Checheno groups, the Libyan groups, the Meshwesh groups, and uh, the people from the Levant were coming into those areas, lightening it up, and they have uh, pre-governments, or they have governments, but they're not nation states yet. They will become. So when they become nation states, right? like Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, you see a phenotypical replacement. So you are correct, but I'm giving you the how can I say? I'm giving you a statement that gels well with what is happening. So what I was trying to do is give you the origin and say that we have been fooled because we have been fooled in thinking that North Africa, the peoples in North Africa, look like in the ancient times like they look like now. So because scholarship was fooled when we deal with these when we deal with subjects like Egypt and stuff like that, what they want to say is that uh, Egypt looked it light, did not look black, or did not have the skin color black or the Klein black, right? And that's where they start. Now they have to recalibrate because they have found out that North Africa was much more browner, darker, and black
Hey,
than they previously understood.
Uncle Reggie, I agree with you too. What I was pointing out was when we look at this North African people, oh, they've been here 30,000 years, they've been here 20,000 years. This clearly says, and I don't know if this clearly says suggesting it became established thousands of years ago. So
I
if we
said
say,
that, and I'm
hold
giving
up,
you.
Uncle Reggie, relax, relax, relax. This ain't
I'm not
this
gonna. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna relax. I'm not gonna be here. But I'm gonna listen to you.
this
I'm
ain't
gonna
this
listen to
ain't
you
a
read
back and
through it.
forth. This ain't a back and forth. I'm talking to everybody. This ain't for me and you. I'm letting you know my point. This ain't a back and forth. What I'm saying is when it says these people always been here 30,000 years. No, they harping at the origin of that allele. When we talking about in the North Africa, it only suggests it became established thousands of years ago. So I get it 2, 3 thousand years. I don't know how much time y'all get it, but when they say it only became established thousands of years, I don't get it. I don't, Uncle Reggie, I don't get him 5,000 years. I don't get him 4,000 years when they say thousands of years ago. That's like 2 or 3. Go ahead, Uncle Rich.
My source, my research to get to the source, right? My finding. Uh, you could say it the way that you completely understand. You can say it the way that you understand, but the Checheno populations, right? The Garamanti populations, those groups of people would be influenced by this skin allele, right? In that time period, right? Prior to that, they were dark, they were brown, they were dark, and they were black, right? So you're right to go to the frequency because the frequency tells the factual story of present day, those present day groups. So
Do
you're
you
so
agree? Do you agree with what I said? That's all I'm asking.
I agree what the source says.
All right. So when it says that it only became established thousands of years ago, how much time you get it? I only give them people been established in North Africa 2 or 3 thousand years. How much time you get it? You give them. Not when they first got there. I'm talking about setting up shop where they all look like that. I say 2, 3 thousand years. Your source say thousands of years. This your source. Do you agree with me? Yes or no, Uncle Reggie?
I agree with the
I,
source. The source says,
I think more so what it's boiling down to is Wavy, you trying to actually pinpoint an exact time when Reggie is giving you an analysis of essentially of what data is stating.
I understand, and I'm trying to see if he agree with what I'm saying.
no, I agree with the source says, and
He's
I
So,
think
agreeing
so you
with the
don't
source
understand.
here.
So you don't understand what I'm saying. This is why we be having hard times, Uncle Reggie. You be trying to do this eldership shit, and you just gotta. We having a conversation, nigga. This what I got from the source. Do you agree with it or no? Don't say you agree with the source, nigga. I'm talking to you. I like bringing Africans. I don't even like bringing sources, but I'm having this conversation with you, Uncle Reggie.
But
because
you have to bring sources though, brother.
No, we could bring an African on here and they could tell us how they feel.
no, we don't need the African. We need the source.
Now
Use
we
the
need
source.
And I know the
this
information.
it's that Eurocentric. This Chat GPT. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You going with the China man, Uncle Reggie.
Okay,
How would you,
Super Wavy.
Super Wavy,
Super
how do
Wavy.
you say that though, brother?
Super Wavy. You using a computer, right?
Hey, I'm giving Uncle
Did the
Reggie a
African
hard
make your
time
chain?
because he
Did the
don't want to
African make your
answer.
chain?
I'm giving you a hard
Come
time
on,
because you don't want
sport.
to answer a regular question.
No, I
Now, if
don't
we
want
get
to
back to
agree
the
with you. I
conversation,
want to learn. I want the
if we
people
get
to
back to the
learn.
conversation,
Super
all I
Wavy.
said was when we look at these North African people as a predominant, this is what they look like. This source says they only been there a couple thousand years. I'm not talking about when they first touched Africa. I'm saying them as a predominant claimant. Nah, these is North Africans. The source say it
Bro,
only been there a couple thousand years. Do you agree with me, Uncle Reggie, by me saying that from the source?
I think I could say it a little bit differently. I can say that those populations began to come into North Africa and then they admixed with the current populations that was in North Africa. And so now you have, over gradual times, you have them from moving from dark black to brown to light, right? Over this period. And so now you can see, you can begin to see differences where humans are having uh, lighter skinned children, and these children are going to be the children that ultimately are going to be stratified in that area, and that they are going to be the populations that we see now.
I got you, Uncle Reggie. I don't want to harp on the lighter skin because I think we was lighter skin. What we talking about is that Arab look. We was light skinned before this light skin. So I don't want to harp on this light skin because we know that we was not just dark to brown. We was every brown. So that was we every color brown. But this Arab look, that's what we talking about with this study. Correct, Uncle Reggie?
Well, with the look that you're calling the Arab look, uh, um, these populations were there before the Arab look, because the Arab look itself changed over time period because it's influenced by the same gene. So I'm talking simply science, right? So the current populations, uh, of course, the groups of people that you're calling Arab, they at some point will have a more significant amount of this gene. I mean, of the genes of the African because of the trans-Saharan slave trade. They themselves would be influenced, but we're only talking about not the Arabs. We're talking about groups of people in North Africa, and the groups of people in North Africa, right? These groups mix with the this SLC24A5 gene coming out of the Levant with the African look, right? And then in the later time periods, you have all people being influenced by the trans-Saharan slave trade and the peoples that came into Africa roughly 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. Talking those groups, the Greeks, the all those other groups, the Romans, and all those other groups began to come. Let me see, come into Africa, and so it becomes kind of a melting pot. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just want you to be able to say it based on the source, because the sources or their sources, and I can use their sources against what they're saying, right, to them,
Most
because I
definitely.
probably
Go ahead, Uncle Reggie. My bad.
people like me will probably engage with them, right, before groups of our community engages with them. So you have to be counting on someone like me to engage with them, because I'm a child of some of the greatest Black scholars, right?
Most
Um,
definitely, Uncle Reggie, most definitely, and I'm standing on your shoulders. So this beginning of this show, I showed Kara Cooney. She was
Mhm.
obviously on our side, but I'm guessing something had went down. Can we speak on that a little bit? Uncle La, you said in the comment section that Reggie had made Aunt Kara Cooney run. What would you say, Uncle La?
Well, I'll say it better. I'll say it only because I have to talk to these people. Okay. So my problem with Dr. Karakuni is even in this conversation that while she's criticizing Egyptology,
Oh shit! We got Uncle Smash in the building. Goddamn, my bad. I'm sorry.
while she's criticizing white scholars, she did not use any African terms. She didn't say Tawi. She didn't say Taseti. Shout out to Smash Rockwell, right? Um,
Nothing.
yeah, he she didn't say any of those terms. What she did is she tried to teach the population that she was listening to, but she didn't use Kemet. She didn't use any of those terms. What she did is she's giving way to criticisms that young black scholars like Smash Rockwell, well, he's not that young, but he's of the time period, still young, that they engage with these people and they push them back with their own sources. So when I'm listening to it, Smash is listening to it, Brother Laz listening to it, we notice that she's not using any of the indigenous terms, none. And she does have a problem with Kemet. So I did
Uncle
have a
Reggie,
conversation with
Uncle
her.
Reggie,
I
Uncle
did
Reggie.
have a conversation with her about the term Kemet, and she believes Kemet means the black land, but she has no evidence. And those are the people, those few people that I shared it with her, because I never aired it to the public. They know that she doesn't have any good evidence that is called the black land instead of black people, which Smash talks about, right? Or the Minware or the Apis bull worshiping a black deity or a nature that they created, that the indigenous people created. I'll stop.
All right, Uncle Reggie, are y'all on good terms right now?
Um, yeah, we're on. She did not let me air it. She's on the terms that she is. She is a chairperson of a very important institution, and and I just want the truth. I want them to begin to tell the truth. Right? It's
Okay.
not the black land. There's nothing Kemet. The T don't mean black. The 049 glyph does not mean land.
Did
Right?
she did she mention did she try to do the Sawyer shit?
Of course,
Of course. Of course.
with
All right,
no
so
evidence.
okay, so that's one side that she still got to get flipped on. But as far as the description of the ancient Egyptians, she on our side, correct?
But here's the thing: is what she said was
Come
before
on,
the
man.
reports. What la? What you said?
Let's be honest, man. Let's
Hmm,
be honest.
hmm. What
She's
she
not for
said.
it.
What? I'm sorry, La. Go ahead.
She's not for it, brother. Let's just be truthfully honest, man.
She has to. They all have to recalibrate and now look at the stuff that Smash has been talking about and myself. Because now they don't have a leg to stand on. We know that North Africa, from what I'm showing you, did not have the SLC2485 gene until only 5000 BC. They didn't
Indeed.
have it. They did not look like that. So when they were playing the skin game about what they thought North Africans looked like, that it's a big fail now, right? So Kemet, the word means black. That's what it means. Dark and black, right? Those things. And that is what the world of that time period noticed. They noticed green, they noticed blue, they noticed white, they noticed red. That's
I got
what they noticed.
I got a question, Uncle Reggie. This is a talking point I want to bring out when it comes to telling. I be trying to tell people stop looking at the DNA, start looking at the culture. When we talk about the crowns, and people say no crown was ever found, what's up with that?
Well, it just depends on what the crowns were made of, and do we have any specimens of a crown? Some of those crowns may have been made uh, of 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 fiber of linen, right? Uh, so we do have crowns now. We just don't have the what they call the white crown, and we don't have the red crown because they were probably made of fabric, and then over the time period they in fact disintegrated. So we don't have that, and that's not the. I don't think that is what we do is we have writings of it, and uh, we have art of it, right? So, but again, these people, this SLC 2485 peoples, right? They would have been probably what you might have called not white but red, right? And the Egyptians noticed that, and they use a distinction between Kemet and being dark and black and the red. So these people might have been red until the other groups of people came in, uh, the Greeks and the Romans, which brought in another type of uh, how can I say phenotype or cline into the region, right? But prior to that, they were dark brown. They were brown, dark, and black, and most likely the Deseret, uh, from a lot of the material represents those people, and so you can find text that Smash has brought out uh, where the slaughter cattle or the red, and that they slaughtered the Deseret, right? Meaning the Deseret people were the slaughter cattle. So they saw them as cattle to be slaughtered because they talked in cattle talk. Okay.
So so when we Uncle Lot, you was trying to say something?
Uh,
No, I was muted. No, I was
All
muted.
right. So
so
when we
Cedric says, Cedric said, so I'm just trying to figure out what Cedric is saying. Um, okay, he hardly ever uses curse words, so he's using some curse words.
cuss
And
you up.
and then he says, "No, they didn't, man." So, Cedric, I don't know yet what what you actually mean. So, could you put it in the chat? Egyptians are Africans then and now, genetic continuity, and no one way to be African. Done. Okay. Um, the Egyptians, first of all, Egyptians is a fake word. Second of all, the present day Egyptians from the Sumerian report and others said they are now distinct from the ancient Egyptians. Present day Egyptians are distinct from the ancient Egyptians. Why? Because the present day Egyptians, they themselves have more sub-Saharan DNA, and they have DNA of Greeks and Romans and other groups of people and the people of the Levant. So they are distinct groups. So they are not the same Egyptians then and now, my good brother Cedric. They have a different culture. They have a different language. There's nothing culturally, there's nothing language-wise that connects them to the ancient Egypt, to the ancient people we call Egyptians. None of that. They don't use the terminology except for on the tour guides, right? And so there's nothing. So they are distinct, both. How can I say? At best, I can say that they're passing for something else, but they have 14 to 21% uh, sub-Saharan DNA, which the ancient Egyptians did not have. The ancient Egyptians did not have 14 to 21% sub-Saharan, but they did have a Kemet, right? In a context of uh, venerating blackness, right? and the sub-Saharans are parent people, not sub-Saharans. They are parent people, but North Africans themselves coming into that region. Why do we know this? Because of Nabta Playa. We know this of the Wadi Howar, which is the Yellow Nile, right? And we had only been fighting North Africans because we thought that the North Africans looked like they do presently. Now we don't have to fight them. So the present day Egyptians, right, or passing for something, but they're not the same as the ancient Egyptians, right? Simple as that.
Right. So when they speak of Deseret, the Red Land, can you speak on that a little bit?
Okay. Well, we don't know that.
And
We
all of
don't
that.
know that the Deseret meant red land because they used this term, this classifier called the kasut, which
My
is
bad, red people. My bad, red people, Uncle Rich.
right. So we have uh, we actually have inscriptions that call them the slaughter cattle. So the problem is that Europeans have been for a while using geographical terms, not knowing that uh, the earlier terms dealt with peoples. So when you say the Kemet versus the Deseret in the context of land, well, then you would have to read the rock tombs of Mir and other texts, which shows that that there was an administrative title, administrators of the red cattle and the black cattle. So we know that they use those terms. Even in Kemet, we know that when in the pyramid text, the first time we see Kim and Kemet is in this text where when it says that he is the Sai Kim Sa Sit Kemet. So he
I
is the
got
black
I
ox
got you,
or
Uncle Rich. Are they are the Deseret Egyptians?
no.
No.
Okay.
But Reggie, wouldn't that be perceived as the black ox?
Yes, the Sai Kim. Now we know it's probably not the black ram, but the black ox.
Like, okay. I was about to say
Then,
because I remember you showing me the glyph and I was reading it. It came off as black ox.
but if I go to a source, it's going to say the black ram, and it's going to say the black ram and the black sheep. But we know now that it's probably now the ox because the ox, some of the early areas in the land were in fact ox lands, and then they became cattle land.
So when they say, and I heard this a couple times, when they say uniting Upper Kemet and Lower Kemet, they not talking about no red land or no Deseret, correct?
Well, when the it was Tawi, right, the two lands,
The two
and
lands. Yeah.
and the and so the Delta region, of course, had more groups of people associated with the Levant and probably Libyan populations, and but they were stratified. They didn't do anything, right? They didn't do anything for thousands of years. They just lived, ate. They didn't do anything. The cognitive and neural and the innovations and the concepts of kingship came from the South. So
Right.
that's where you see the white crown. The language came from the South. Governance came from the South. And they didn't, it was not only apparent, the King Nermer, he united those lands and he became the ruler of the red and the black. And so if I can go on and show you text, but I'm not going to do that right now. But I just want Cedric, my good brother Cedric, right? He seems to be a little upset today to tell me that the present day Egyptians are not distinct.
He's switching up on you, Uncle Reggie. He's switching his turn.
No, I'm waiting for him to show me that the present day Egyptians are not distinct from the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians, if we're going to use those words, did not have sub-Saharan DNA that's detectable, right? Uh, as of right now, because of the samples that they use. But the fact of the matter is that the present day Egyptians have 14 to 21% sub-Saharan. So when Hawass talks about the big nose and the big lips, he don't look in the mirror because he has a big nose and he has a big lips, right? And so he gets that from the African sub-Saharan DNA, but he doesn't want to look in the mirrors because the Arabs do not look like that, right? And he claims to be an Arab, and they did not look like that, right? And then on the context of skin color, which I'm showing you right now, the lighter skin color comes much later in the region, right? So Dr. Hawass's ideas are outdated, and many of these Egyptological people, they are outdated because of the new studies that just came in the last 3 years. So I want my good brother Cedric to show me that the present day Egyptians are in fact not distinct from the ancient Egyptians. By
I'm live, Uncle said. Click the link.
What's good? What's good?
I'm live. Click the link. Uncle Reggie got some smoke. Where you at, man? Get up in here. You with the they get up in here. Get up in here, Uncle Sid. You gotta take the fall for Ngozi and
not not he's not gonna take the foot because agree with me for the most part.
Get up in here, Uncle Sid.
It ain't on Super Wave. It ain't on. For the most part, Uncle concurs with everything that Reggie is saying. For the most part.
Nah, but hold up, but look though, this is where we draw the line at. Uncle Reggie is clearly saying that look just got here. He's saying 5,000 BC. I'm giving them motherfuckers 3,000 years. That's what me and Uncle Reggie probably contention that. But nah, you ask them over there, they'll say it ain't one way to be African. Them Arabs looking motherfuckers is African. That is an African. No, that's race science.
In color, I mean, in lookership, you can't go on the basis of lookership anymore. For the most part, if that being the case, Arabs would be perceived as you would be able to call black Arabs. They would call them Yemenis people, people from Yemen.
Uncle La, you know what a brother is.
Okay. So let me just do this for you. Okay, you see these populations down here? These populations down here are the base populations of the ancient Egyptians. These groups right here. You see this group over here that's now close to 50%, right? These are the newer populations. They are largely the Levant groups of people. You see it in the orange. They are the yellow populations, which is the Caucasus, right? And then there are sub-Saharan or Congo. They call it Congo, and they call it Ethiopia, which is the black and the purple, and I mean the pink and the purple, right? And then this so this population, this earlier presentation populations is distinct from this population. So these people are the present day Egyptians, and they carry all of this, but the ancient Egyptians only carried this, the red and the for now, the red and the green. So these people, these groups of people are a replacement or admixture, that's the better word. They absorb the populations of all these groups of people, but they are not these people right here. Simple as that. And then it goes down and it goes more on the chart. So there's no way in the world that my good brother Cedric can tell me that the present day Egyptians that carry all of this, right, or the same of it's the same of the populations that only carried that.
How far did this chart go back, Uncle Richard?
Old Kingdom, and before is these populations right here, right? This population over here is what you're talking about in the last maybe 1,500 years, maybe 1,500 years, or 1,500 years that they 2,000 years they begin to carry the Caucasus, right, from the Greeks, right, and the Romans, and they carried this large Levant population that was not historically in ancient in ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptians were not these people.
What's that end? What's that new 001?
That's the newest sample, the old Egyptian genome.
Okay.
Now the present day Egyptians, they carry all of this stuff over here, right? And you can see them right now at this time period, right about now, where let me just see if I can see I know I might be wrong. At this period right now, I think I'm trying to figure out. No, this is the most recent, right? This is the most recent, I think, of the modern Egyptian population carries sub-Saharan DNA, right? A large part of it. In the more ancient time periods, it was there. As the period goes from I guess right here, which is more the modern, right? But they are distinct from this group right here. So with DNA, with genome studies, right? If my good brother Cedric can come up here and show me that this group of the present day Egyptians that carry all of this is the ancient Egyptian population, then I will adjust. But this is the newest study that happened in July of this year. So it does he have a study from the future? Because this is the newest study right here.
All right, somebody call Ngozi Uncle said.
No, don't call Ankh.
Get in here.
Don't call Ankh. You can call Ngozi. Please
Uncle
call
Rick.
Ngozi.
Yeah, call Ngozi. We need that E1B1A microchip up in here.
Yeah, because it's not really though the back. Some of the things that Ngozi talks about is relevant to other conversations, but not relevant to the ancient Egyptian populations.
It's not relevant to the pyramid builders.
No, and then I can go here and just kill it. Reggie's not saying anything. Reggie's not saying. Why is this not popping up? Okay, so let's see here. Reggie's not saying anything. That the Schuneman report, there was already an article during the time of the Schuneman report that says present day Egyptians are genetically different, distinct from the ancient Egyptians. Unimportant research reveals. So this was in 2019. So we've known this from 2019. So now what happens is now my good brother Cedric has to disagree with this article right here.
He on the way. He just hit me. He on the way.
Okay, so he has to disagree with this. And then here, right, when you start talking about present day, let's say 14%. Okay, so give me a second, 14%. So Reggie didn't write, this is not Reggie's theory. It says, in these studies, particularly in the Schuneman report, next to scientists, okay, so let me get to the top of it so you know. Okay. Okay, ancient Egyptians are closely, the data show that here, ancient Egyptians are closely related to Neolithic and Bronze Age samples in the Levant, as well as Neolithic Anatolia and the European population. That was the Schunemann report based on the 3 samples. However, what they did is the scientists then determined whether modern Egyptians could be modeled as a mixture of ancient Egyptians or other populations. For this, they computed the F3 statistics. They resulted in showing a 6C, and it points towards sub-Saharan African populations as the missing component, confirming the result of the admixture analysis. Next, the scientists estimated the fractions of sub-Saharan ancestry in ancient and modern Egyptians. Right now, they have said that ancient Egyptians did not have sub-Saharan. Right, so if they didn't have sub-Saharan, which they didn't need to have sub-Saharan, but we may find samples later that they do. But the fact of the matter is, the modern day Egyptians, they do have. For this, they use 2 methods, the QPDM and the F4 ratio test. That came with the following result. Modern Egyptians inherited 8% more ancestry from African ancestors than the 3 Egyptians do, right? Which is also consistent with the admixture results above, right? And it estimates in that 3 ancient Egyptians range from 6 to 65%, and the modern Egyptians from 14 to 21% of admixture. So the modern Egyptians is distinct, and that's why from the ancient Egyptians, and so that's why the title is this.
Get him, Uncle Reggie. All you niggas talking down.
Present-day Egyptians are genetically different from the ancient Egyptians, from the Schunemann report. Okay, I'll stop. I don't need to say anything. I don't need to say anything more.
Hey, man, we standing on the shoulders of the ancestors, man. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, you need that goddamn renegade, you know what I'm saying, that's gonna say whatever the hell he feel and whatever the hell everybody else want to say, but they don't. Maybe it's not the right climate. I'm letting you know, goddamn me, I'm standing on the shoulders of Uncle Reggie. I'm standing on the shoulders of the elders, goddamn me, and we're gonna show you black is beautiful. Everybody want to be black, and you gotta appreciate that shit. Don't run from no goddamn conversation because these niggas start bringing up science and E1, B1, A class sublo groups and goddamn tennis shoes and Jackie Chan's. Don't run from that goddamn conversation. Tell them niggas, look at the culture. Let's look at the goddamn walls. What did they paint themselves on the walls? Why when you go to British Museum and they talk about they got our stolen artifacts and we black on no damn stolen artifacts? Stealing our shit, and we gotta pay a little bit of money. Oh, here go Uncle Said. We gotta pay a little bit of money to see them artifacts and see that we black. Uncle Said, what's goody? Got the birds in the back.
So, let me ask you. Let me ask this. Are all black people African?
You say, are black people African? Black is synonymous
It's a
with
yes or
African.
no question. It's a yes or no question. Since we're gonna play the game.
Ask the question again.
Are all black people African?
Yes, sir.
And are all African black people?
Different colors of black. Different colors of black. Yes.
I'm good.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I'm good.
Yes.
So,
not Arabs. Not Arab. Not Indian.
So if that is the level of intellect that I'm dealing with, y'all see why I'm not interested in the conversation.
Uncle said, Uncle Reggie wanted to talk to you. Uncle Reggie wanted to talk to you.
About what? Anachronistic terms which have no bearing on these people. And again, if you look at East Africans today, if you look at the Horn, they are distinct from us, genetically distinct. If you do not understand evolution and you have the idea that let me finish, you brought me here, let me speak now. Because I'm not interested in this ignorant conversation. I'm really.
Uncle said this not why you here. Uncle Reggie had a source for you. Uncle Reggie had a source for you. I didn't bring you here for this.
East Africans call them black. I've lived among Somalis, Chad. You ever lived amongst these people? No, I've lived among
Share your screen,
Somalis,
Uncle Richie.
Chad,
Share your screen.
Eritreans,
I guess you don't want to see the
Madagascans,
source.
and
We got a source for you. You
these
like
people
sources, right?
know who they
You like
are,
sources, right?
right?
We
And
got a
they are
source for you.
distinct from West Central Africans. I don't give a fuck about Egypt. They're not my people. You want me to say it? I'm West Central African, West Side all day. I am not a desert Arab. I am a fucking West Central African jungle monkey. Y'all need Egypt. I don't. Leave me out of the conversation. I was smelting iron with these
Oh my
niggas with chipping
goodness.
rocks. I'm good.
Uncle said
Y'all,
the
that's
DNA is
why you want me. That's
problematic.
why y'all need
The
to hear.
DNA is
It's a
problematic,
mute
saying
conversation for me. I look at
Uncle
the
said.
ignorance of the conversation and I laugh. Look,
All right,
okay.
can I speak?
So why
The
not?
DNA is
The
problematic. Trying to find
DNA
ancient
have
species. That's
nothing to do
problematic.
with our
Hold up,
DNA. West Central
hold up, real quick.
Africans, those people, all the way in another world over there in Egypt, which were distinct Africans, which are their own distinct group of Africans, have nothing to do with me. Ask me if they're Africans, they're Africans. Do I give a shit how they look? No. Do I give a shit where the population admixture came from? I don't give a shit. They are indigenous African. Every haplogroup that you measure over there is a haplogroup or admixture that developed on the continent itself. Whether they look Arab, whether they look West Central African, whether they look
No,
whether
notice,
they look
Uncle
Sudanese,
Reggie, Uncle
they
Reggie,
look
pull up
Sudanese,
Chat
it
GPT.
is
Uncle
irrelevant
Reggie,
to
pull up,
me. So
Uncle Reggie, share
continue,
your screen.
continue to have
Pull
this
up the
silly
source.
conversation.
Pull up the
Continue
source.
to have this silly conversation
Pull up the.
without
Hold up,
me.
Uncle said.
I'm
Uncle
not
said, hold up.
interested in the
Hold up, Uncle
conversation.
said. Don't go nowhere.
Y'all
Don't
are
go nowhere.
hamsters on a
Hold
goddamn wheel,
up. Don't go nowhere.
looking for every way possible to make yourself a fucking Egyptian. I am not. I am a West African jungle monkey swinging through the fucking jungle. I am not a desert dweller. I didn't build rocks. I was smelting iron. That's what I come from. Leave me out of this nonsense conversation. I am not interested. It is silly. Y'all are
All right. Now
hamsters on a wheel
hold up, real quick.
trying
We
to
got a
be
source for you.
something more
We
than
got
it
a
is.
source for you.
They are
Relax,
Africans.
relax. We got a source for you.
However they look, they are Africans. And what you know, they ain't us. None of us on this panel
What
have
you mean us?
anything to
What you
do
mean
with
us?
those people.
What you
We
mean
are
us?
West Central Africans. The same way we are not.
Brother,
The same way we are not
genetics may go
Khoisan.
back
The
thousands of
same way
years.
we are
You
not
Western
Sudanese.
Central
The
African as
same
of what,
way. The
hundreds of years
same way
ago?
we are distinct from Ethiopian
You
populations.
Western
The
Central
same
African
way
as of
we are
what, hundreds
distinct
of years
from
ago?
Yemenis populations. We are distinct from Northeast African populations. Get over it. We
All
just
right,
need
hold
Okay,
to
up.
get
Cedric,
over it.
All right, hold
Cedric,
up.
wait, super
All
weighty,
right,
super weighty, super weighty. Wait one
hold up,
second.
Uncle said. Hold up, Uncle
No,
said.
okay, so you said some really great things, and you know, Cedric, you're my dude, and I hopefully don't want to mess up my trip to Saint Martin. Hopefully next year when I get there. So I want to shake hands with you. Okay, so you talked about groups of people that were distinct from the Egyptians, for example, the Ethiopian populations, and I got that. And certainly, but the question today is not about West and Central Africa. It is whether or not present day Egyptians are distinct from ancient Egyptians using the same guidelines that you just said.
Reggie, Reggie, you know as I do population genetics. If you measure any population over a period of 5,000 years, there is going to be a distinction. You're going to see a distinct in that population, especially in the area of confluence where people are always coming and going and admixture diverge. However, that basal component, when we look at the Copts in Egypt are the closest living descendants to the ancient Egyptian. That's a fact that we can't get around. They are going to be distinct, just like we, West Central Africans in the diaspora, are distinct. We can measure in our genome our historical transition. So we see where things change, and every population is going to change, Reggie. You know this. If a
Okay,
population
and I agree, and that's all I'm.
Let me at him. Let me at him.
eventually they're gonna
Let me
die.
in here.
So the
Let
fact
me in
that they
here.
are distinct
Hold up.
today,
Hold
that
up.
they're different today, is not
Hold up.
surprising to anyone, and it
Okay,
should be
so
that way.
I'm right. So I'm
Hold
right.
up. Uncle Reggie.
Hawasses
Uncle
group.
Reggie, I got you. Uncle Reggie, I got you. Uncle said, trying to measure your damn DNA going back thousands of years is problematic. Stop saying you a Western Central African. It ain't no damn border. It ain't. You sound like the white man. What the hell is going on here?
So one minute you want to look at DNA, the next minute you don't when it's convenient for you. This is feel good scholarship
You
that
want
doesn't
to look
interest
at
me.
it
We
going back
know
hundreds of
genetic
years?
distinction that are based. If you understand evolution, you would understand that your environment is going to determine which genes are become predominant in that
Yes,
population.
yes. But
If
you
you
looking at this
understand
Western
evolution,
Central
you would
African shit,
understand there was never
that's only
one
going back hundreds
single
of years.
African group. So there were
You
always
standing
genetic
on some
differences. When you
you
look
a
at the
100-year
Sahara
Western
drying up,
Central African. You a
you create a
300-year-old
barrier,
Western
and
Central
this
African.
barrier
What was
which
you at before that?
produces more genetic
You a
distinctions. So
300-year-old Western. Hold up, hold up,
your
hold up, hold
argument
up,
is
hold up.
moot.
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. You a 300-year-old Western Central African. What was you at before that? They can't get DNA. Yeah, nigga, you want to get on this motherfucker and sound retarded with the birds in the back. Fuck them chirping birds, nigga. Stick on topic. We ain't trying to hear all that goofy ass shit. You a 300-year-old Central African. What was you at before that? The shit is problematic. They don't have enough technology for it yet. Stop claiming, nigga, you've been there for 300 years. What was you at before that? They don't have this technology to go back thousands of years with this genetic marker shit. So go back to taming your birds. You trying to have two conversations in one. I'm sorry, Uncle Reggie, if I fucked up y'all conversation. But he came on here spicy. Spicy. I had to turn into demon time, Uncle Reggie.
Yeah, we can't. Me and Lars laughing, but
They
Super Wave, you can't hear
don't
me.
have the science. They don't have it. Stop claiming you Western Central African when it only go back hundreds of years. We migrate as Africans. The fuck is you talking about? I am a Western Central African porch monkey. What the fuck? A porch monkey? Man, hey, y'all taking this science shit too far. Y'all weaponizing these damn haplogroups. The shit is on. Y'all don't got the technology.
Look, okay, so I don't. I think Cedric made my point about distinctions when you have other groups admixing and the base group is not admixing as much. And I just showed the article that's present day Egyptians are distinct from. Show it again. Reggie didn't write it. Here it goes right here.
Reggie, I told you, you gotta love these young brothers, man. You gotta love them.
Yeah. So there you go. Present day Egyptians are genetically different from the ancient Egyptians. And the Coptics, they are saying that they are distinct from the other populations in Egypt. They're saying that they are the closest to the ancient Egyptians, right? Even with their admixture, they're closer than Hawas's group. So, sorry, I wasn't sharing my screen. So let's just share it.
And
I wasn't sharing.
that's what I was trying to tell you. Share your damn screen and show that this damn genetic marker took over only a couple thousand years ago. Why is these goofy distinct? Nigga, we talk about Africans and non-Africans. Stop trying to separate Africa like the white man. These goddamn Berlin Conference ass niggas.
So there you go. Reggie didn't write it, right? The Coptic groups, they wrote it. They want a genome study on just the Coptics to show that they are closer to uh, the African populations than Hawas's group. So they want that study because they are distinct. They're saying that they're distinct from the modern Egyptians, right? The other modern Egyptians, their cousins. And so it'd be different if I wasn't showing sources, but I am, right? And this stuff comes from the Schuneman report. So the same sub-Saharan ancestry that they claim uh, increased into the later into the populations of Egypt in the third intermediate period is in fact the same sub-Saharan DNA that the present-day Egyptians absorbed. And so I don't have to argue with my good brother Cedric. I don't have to, because I have an article that says it from the Schuneman report. So I don't have to argue. Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't show. Oh, sorry, I never shared it. One second. There it goes. Super Wavy put it up. So the article, present day Egyptians are genetically different from the ancient Egyptians. And I'll go further to say that they are culturally different, not that they're culturally different from the ancient Egyptians. And I'll say that Hawass, his people are passing as the ancient Egyptians. They are passing. That's an African American a term used in the Americas of people that are passing, right? And that Hawass's statements of ancient Egyptians having that they can't be sub-Saharan because they ain't got big noses and big lips, uh, comes to find out that his big nose and his big lips comes from his sub-Saharan ancestry. So science articles can change thinking over time, but I was absolutely correct that they are distinct. Present day Egyptians are genetically distinct from the ancient Egyptians. I didn't say it, I have an article. So to defeat this, you will have to bring in an article that says that the modern Egyptians, the present day Egyptians, are not distinct from the ancient Egyptians. So I'll stop. And
All
I'm going to get ready to go about my day. Thank you.
right, all right, Uncle Reggie. Peace to you. This is the main understanding. We not saying don't go take your DNA test. No, take your DNA test. You want to know your lineage the past couple hundred years, 200 years, 300 years. But when we having these conversations about thousands of years, keep all that DNA shit out of it. Keep all that haplogroup, E1, B1A, quarterback sprint. Keep all that shit out of the conversation. Go to the culture. Go to the goddamn culture. Go to the culture. What was the people speaking? What they painted themselves? Go to all of that. Don't go to all of this other D1, E1, B1A haplogroup. Matter of fact, let's go back to Auntie. Let's listen to what Auntie got to say. Listen to what Auntie got to say. Uncle said, get back up here, man. You got to have a conversation. They gonna say you ran from Uncle Reggie.
Whether or not Horus and his followers were black Africans, since I've elaborated enough on the genesis of that debate in the last episode. Please take time to watch that episode if you have not already done so. I just want to add here that apart from the incontrovertible evidence found in the Edfu texts, other archaeological findings and accounts of early historians like Herodotus, a Greek who wrote about the identity of the ancient Egyptians around 450 BC, and other Greeks who were contemporaries, all support the idea that the ancient Egyptians were.
That's why I say, gang. That's why I say, gang. I don't get these niggas 5,000 BC, 7,000 BC. That's probably when y'all touched African soil. That's probably when y'all was on the borders and shit. But when it comes to looking like ancient, looking like the Egyptians, when we go there now, looking at this Arab look, I don't give these niggas that much time no more. No, nigga, I give you a couple thousand years, nigga. I give your ass 2000 BC, 3000 B. I mean, my bad. I give your ass 2000 years ago, 1000 BC. I give you something like that. You motherfuckers ain't been there that long. Now let's run Auntie back. This Auntie bum knee right here.
And other Greeks who were contemporaries all support the idea that the ancient Egyptians were dark-skinned with woolly hair like you and I. So
this is 400 BC, gang. It's 400 BC.
Historians like Herodotus, a Greek who wrote about the identity of the ancient Egyptians around 450 BC, and other Greeks who were contemporaries all support the idea that the ancient Egyptians were dark-skinned with woolly hair like you and I. So they had to have been of African descent. Reasonable academics agree that over generations, the population of Egypt has continued to change due to waves of migration over several centuries. Even if we were to go by the way the Egyptians identified themselves, they called their country Kemet.
All right, man, let me stop right there. Uncle Reggie gonna get mad at that. Uncle Reggie gonna click the link again and say, see, there they go with that bullshit. The black cattle, the black bull. But nah, man, hey, let me see. I got 2 more sources I want to show real quick. I got 2 more sources I want to show real quick. Yeah, so we ain't playing no games with these. We know that DNA shit bias. We know that scientific shit these motherfuckers use. No, go to the culture, nigga. What they painted themselves like on the walls, nigga. What they said they look like on the walls, nigga. Stop trying to authorize this goddamn DNA and make it seem like it's the authoritarian. No, nigga. You a Western Central African as of a couple hundred years, nigga. That's how far this shit go back. Don't make me play the white lady again. I'll play that goddamn white lady again. She said, when they do this DNA ancestry shit, it only goes back a couple hundred years. Going back thousands of years is problematic. You don't have the equipment, Sway. You don't have the technology, Sway. So Uncle said, keep taming your damn pit bull, keep taming your birds. You know we good. But you ran from Uncle Reggie today. You ran from Uncle Reggie. Uncle Reggie was sourced up. He had it for you. He had that smoke for you, Uncle said. You ain't want to hear it. So let's go back to this white lady, since y'all like listening to white people. Let's go back to this white lady. Since y'all like listening to white people. All right. This is what she said. This ain't me speaking. This white Egyptologist, degreed up. This is what she said. This ain't my words. Since y'all like listening to white people.
There's already been a colonial identification, many steps removed, so that very few people speak the DNA. How?
Oh look, yep. Here we go.
The Levant, and then you have the press release saying that the Palestinians are actually Europeans, and then you had some Israelis then using that politically to say that the Palestinians were their second and the Israelis were their first. And So please, I mean, these genetic studies can be so misused and so misunderstood and willfully misunderstood, and never think that archaeology.
These genetic studies can be so misused, so misunderstood.
Is not political. It is one of the most political sciences, social sciences that exist. Archaeology can be used to support nationalism. It can be used to support ethnic appropriation.
Archaeology can be used to support nationalism. Can be used. You hear this shit Uncle said, I'm a Western Central African tree monkey. Man, what the hell, brother? We Africans, brother. You ain't stop doing the colonial shit.
Can be very, very problematic.
Hold up. What she say?
Saying we got here first, or we identify with these people, and to make a genetic.
What did she just say? Didn't Uncle say just do this? Listen to this.
Archaeology can be used to support nationalism. It can be used to support ethnic appropriation. It can be used to support colonialism. It's often used as a way of saying we got here first, or we identify with these people, and to make a genetic connection. Or
don't that sound like Uncle said? Don't that sound like Uncle said? But the scholars are saying don't do that. Y'all don't have enough information. You don't have the house, Sway. You don't have enough technology. Stop banking on science, nigga. It don't got all the information. Stop banking on it. It don't go back thousands of years. Stop banking on it.
A cultural connection. These things can be very, very problematic. So those are some of my thoughts about the scholarly use and misuse of genetic studies. Genetic studies in and of themselves are problematic. And there's a really good trade book on the subject that I'll also post in the comments about modern genetic studies of ancient data sets, how you extract the DNA, how you have to plug in the holes of that DNA because it's going to be very fragmented, how contaminated that DNA can get with modern DNA around it. And you might be testing the sampler's DNA instead of the ancient DNA. It's quite complicated. When I'm not a geneticist, I don't do this stuff, but when I talk to people who study this material, there are some people who say you can't do DNA analysis with ancient materials. It cannot be done yet. We don't have the science. Other people who say, oh no.
You got some people that say you can't. She talked to archaeologists. They say you can't do DNA with the ancient population. Listen to this.
And you might be testing the sampler's DNA instead of the ancient DNA. It's quite complicated. When I'm not a geneticist, I don't do this stuff. But when I talk to people who study this material, there are some people who say you can't do DNA analysis with ancient materials. It cannot be done yet. We don't have the science. Other people who say, oh no, there's so much that we can learn. I will continue to listen to the experts and watch them fight before I make any conclusions myself. But I have to grapple with these things myself in my own trade books because this DNA evidence is used a great deal to make certain claims about in the 18th dynasty, who's the product of incest, who was related to whom, and how things work. Yeah, lots of conclusions can be made. What about the Libyan 22nd dynasty? Oh my goodness. This is complicated. After the Bronze Age collapse, or during the Bronze Age collapse, you have the incursions of so many different peoples into Egypt. You have a mass migration on a scale that the world had arguably never seen, with people coming from the northern parts of the Mediterranean and sweeping around east, settling in Anatolia, the Levant, trying to get into Egypt, being repelled multiple times, but then settling in the Delta anyway, and settling in large numbers in Libya, and then moving into Egypt from Libya. And in fact, the Liblu, where modern-day Libya may indeed get its name, could come from one of these Sea Peoples tribes, the Libu, the Libyans. So do we understand Libyans as North African, or do we understand them as European, Greek even? How far does your genetic strain go? It's the same way when you do a genetic test with 23andMe or National Geographic or whatever company you end up using. What's the other one? Ancestry, right? Three. They make the choice of how far they want to put those genetics back, right? If you were, say, somebody from Florence, and you wanted to trace your genetics all the way back to the Bronze Age, then you would probably find, and studies have shown, that you have connections to West Asian peoples. And there is indeed a mythology, an origination mythology of the Etruscans having Semitic origins and coming from abroad. And studies have been done that show that if you push that genetic material back thousands of years, you can make connections between people of West Asia from certain areas and the Etruscans. But that doesn't mean that if you're a Florentine Italian and you go to 23andMe and you get your genetics done, that they're going to say you're West Asian, because their tests don't go back that far. And they're comparing you to the population there now, and they all have that, or many of them have that Etruscan origin, but they've been...
That's a bomb right there. It's getting hot in here. Gulla, what the damn deal is?
Video? Shit.
What'd you say, Gulla?
This is, I don't even know what you're doing. We're just looking at old videos or something.
Yeah, man, you know Kara Cooney, she riding with black people all the way, you know what I'm saying? Shout out Auntie Kara Cooney, you know what I'm saying? Hold it down for the set, you know what I'm saying? The project. Auntie Kara Cooney said the Egyptians was people of color, and if it was in
same way people in India, the same way people
for the people of America, for the people of America, for the people of America, they would have had to sit at the back of the bus.
Yeah, exactly. They would have. A nigga, a Niger Congo looking nigga would have had to sit on the back of the bus, and a dark skinned Indian nigga that looked like Mahatma Gandhi would have had to sit on the back of the bus. Just like that nigga Gandhi had to sit in the back of the bus in South Africa in apartheid because his ass is dark skinned and black. Just like a dark skinned Sicilian Italian nigga would have had to sit his black ass on the back of the bus too, even though he ain't the same type of nigga I am.
All right. Now this Arab marker that y'all be speaking of has not been in North Africa no 30,000 years, 22,000 years, 33,000 years. It only been in there a couple thousand years. That's predominant, brother.
Oh yeah. What's his dude name? Haile Selassie. even though Haile Selassie is a different type of African than we come from, he would have had his dark skinned ass in the back of the bus too, because he ain't no motherfucking pale skinned English Anglo-Saxon type of motherfucker. That was the ideology. Even amongst the motherfuckers that became white later, because white is a status. It's dark skinned Italians. They looked at them like shit. They used to lynch motherfucking dark skinned Italians in motherfucking Louisiana. Them niggas, they look at them niggas as motherfuckers. That's why they call them niggas guineas. They call it, yeah. You need to know about, learn all that, nigga. Pick up a book and learn.
Talk about the ancient.
I'm just saying, them different type of niggas. We come from the Niger River. We don't come from no fucking Nile River. Fuck that. We some drum beating, motherfucking iron spirit, iron smelting. You know what I'm saying? Niger Congo Africans. We had that on.
Hold up. They don't have no DNA.
We had that on in the Congo. We had that on in West Africa. We were from the west side. Fuck the east side. We from the west side, nigga.
Hold up. Before you was at the west side, hundreds of years before that, you was at the east side, nigga. What is you speaking of?
But we wasn't in that part of the east side. We was in Western Sudan. We was in the western part of the savannas of Sudan. We was in our own little section of the region.
Gullah, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, what? 20,000 years ago? You talking about 20,000 years ago?
Gullah, hold up. They don't have no they don't have the DNA to go back thousands of years. So claiming one side is
other shit other than DNA though.
Maybe you hot. They don't have the DNA samples to go back thousands of years. So claiming something you was only there for a couple hundred years, nigga, a couple hundred years before that, you came from somewhere else.
It ain't no couple hundred years, nigga. You don't even know the years. I know the time.
You want me to show you? Hold up.
4,000 years Africa. Enough time to motherfucking talk about DNA. Motherfucking EM2 motherfucking mutated in the motherfucking Central Sahara. You know what I'm saying? From EB38. EB38 mutated in East Africa, but it was in the western part of Sudan. It wasn't no damn
you a Western Central African. This is a white lady telling you stop saying that. Listen to this.
She didn't say stop saying no Western Central Africa, bro.
Why?
That's what we come from.
Collapse or during the Bronze Age collapse, you have the incursions of so many different peoples into Egypt. You have a mass migration on a scale that the world had arguably never seen, with people coming from the northern parts of the Mediterranean and sweeping around east, settling in Anatolia, the Levant, trying to get into Egypt, being repelled multiple times, but then settling in the Delta anyway, and settling in large numbers in Libya, and then moving into Egypt from Libya. And in fact, the Libu, where modern-day Libya may indeed get its name, could come from one of these Sea Peoples tribes, the Libu, the Libyans. So do we understand Libyans as North African?
It's a fucking
man, hey, mute your mic, nigga. Hold up.
Greek, even.
Y'all like listening to white people, so hold up.
I don't like everybody, nigga. That's what I'm for.
Your whole library is white people. Your whole library is white people. So hold up.
My whole library not. And no, it's not, bro. Most of my books is fucking Michael Goldman. That's a nigga, bro. You talking about? You don't even know my library. You don't know the authors of the books I got.
I read is a white man.
Books by niggas from. I read books for niggas from Italy. I read books from niggas from China. I read books from niggas from India. That's why I'm a nigga.
That's a white man.
Bro, I'm up the middle. I'm not a black and white nigga. I'm a
white man. Christopher Aaron is a white man.
Y'all niggas got to with the conversation.
You got our Christopher Aaron books. That's a white man. That's your savior. So hold up. Let's listen to a white lady.
When you do a genetic test with 23andMe or National Geographic or whatever company you end up using, what's the other one? Ancestry, right? Those are our big three. They make the choice of how far they want to put those genetics back, right? If you were, say, somebody from Florence, and you wanted to trace your genetics all the way back to the Bronze Age, then you would probably find, and studies have shown, that you have connections to West Asian peoples. And there is indeed a mythology, an origination mythology of the Etruscans having Semitic origins and coming from abroad. And studies have been done that show that if you push that genetic material back thousands of years, you can make connections between people in West Asia from certain areas and the Etruscans. But that doesn't mean that if you're a Florentine Italian and you go to 23andMe and you get your genetics done, that they're going to say you're West Asian, because their tests don't go back that far. And they're comparing you to the population there now, and they all have that.
What did she just say? They tests don't go back that far. They comparing it to the population today. They tests don't go back that far. Stop saying you a Western Central African. The tests don't go back that far. You only a Western Central African as of a couple hundred years.
No,
My
they
bad.
don't. Not no couple hundred years. You stupid, bro.
But what
Motherfucking
are you saying? They don't have the science.
years, nigga. 12,000 years, nigga. The fuck you talking about?
12,000 years where? Well,
Proto
12,000 years where?
language, proto language, Congo language started in the Central Sahara, nigga.
12,000.
EM2. We came from fucking East Africa 20,000 years ago. 20,000. Fuck you talking about a couple hundred. Y'all niggas don't even know how to don't know the timeline. Fuck you talking about, don't compare me to none of these niggas. I'm bud this argument. It's old news to me. This shit toilet paper. I'm on some whole other shit.
So you've been in West Africa. So you've been in West Africa for 12,000 years. You've been in West Africa. Hold up. I'm about to catch you in a lie. So you've been in West Africa for 12,000 years.
Come from Western Central Africa 12,000 years, nigga. I'm an African American, nigga. My motherfucker, I speak motherfucking African American vernacular. My motherfucking Cuban family, my Cuban family, black Cubans, they come from Africa. They practice
Nah. Go get an African. Go get an African that's saying what you're saying.
Black Colombian. Her Spanish got dirty Chicago grammar in it.
Source up that you've been in West Africa 12,000 years.
Motherfucking niggas, bro. This hip hop shit, this drum beating shit, that rhythm, nigga, that come from the fucking West niggas, bro.
You've been in West Africa for 12,000 years. What's up, nigga? Source up.
Egyptian niggas.
Wanna
be some niggas want to be some
shit. Do you have an African that agrees with you? Or do you have a damn Afro-Cubano that agrees? Do you have a Colombian? You have a Cubano that agrees with you?
Y'all piece of crap, her ass nigga.
What is your source? What is your source?
Nigga, where your source?
Your connection is bad. Source up. You've been in West Africa 12,000 years.
I ain't in the boat with nobody. Nigga, I'm like Green Power, nigga. I ain't never
Source up that you've been in West Africa for 12,000 years. Source up you've been in West Africa for 12,000 years. I can source up that you was African before you was a Cuban. Source up you've been in West Africa 12,000 years.
That's what I said, bro. You don't know what I'm talking about. A Cuban. Source up,
nigga. Source up, bro. You've been in West Africa 12,000 years. Source up.
Come on the cell phone, nigga. What you talking about?
Go get an Afro-Cuban that agree with you. Go get an African. That's how we source up now. Go get an African. Let's say we've been in West Africa 12,000 years. You won't find no oral story. You won't find no West African oral story. You won't find no West African oral story that said they've been in West. Man, hold up. Hold up. You got background. You won't find no West African oral story that say they've been in West Africa 12,000 years. Go source up, nigga. You got the flow.
Bro. You don't even know the conversation. You don't understand it. Bro, that's why I'm finna get out of here, bro.
Go find a West African that say they've been there 12,000 years. Source up.
Egypt, bro. Fuck Egypt. Nigga. Fuck Egypt. Nigga, we ain't need no writing system. Nigga, I come from the hood, nigga. We come from the hood niggas from the Niger, nigga. Fuck Egypt.
So you gonna say fuck Egypt and leave? This how the pseudo killers do? Yeah, bring your ass back here. Bring your ass back. See, that's why you saying fuck your ancestors. That's why they clip your damn connection. You saying fuck your ancestors. That's why they clip your damn connection. Them your ancestors, nigga. You a West African as of a couple hundred years ago. And that damn Arab DNA that you always be talking about, that shit only came a couple thousand years ago. Stop saying 30,000 years. Stop saying 20,000 years. You misleading our people. You misleading our goddamn community. Them damn Arabs just came in yesterday. 800 CE. Goddamn me. Cut the goofy shit out. The motherfuckers went predominant to a couple thousand years ago. We ain't giving them no 5,000 BC. We ain't giving them none of that. Black is black. Nigga gonna come on here and ask me, so is black and African? Do you can be black and can you be in? Man, we know what the fuck black is. If you niggas don't want to come understand the conversation, get the fuck out of here. Girl ain't have no source. That's what I'm saying. Girl ain't have no source. Source up that we was in West Africa for 12,000 years. You ain't got no source for that, nigga. Ain't no oral story tradition say we've been in West Africa and Central Africa for no 12,000 years. You made that up. You made that shit up for the sake of DNA. You thinking like the white man. You thinking like the motherfucking white man. And that's the problem. Girl ain't had no motherfucking source. None of these niggas got no, none of these pseudo killer ass niggas got no sources. None of these pseudo killer ass niggas got no motherfucking sources. What the fuck going on? Ain't got no source. All right. King says the problem is they act like indigenous North African populations are Eurasian when they existed prior to Eurasian back migration and admixture. All right, my boy Proof Existence says sourceless. King says West Africans had writing systems, bro. Yeah, man, Gullah ain't got no sources. He got a call DNA. Huh? Muhammad? Elijah Muhammad? The Quran? Egypt? E1B18 joystick? L1R3B3. I bet play. And Gullah run. Christopher Arid is a white man. You niggas got all the Christopher Arid books, and Christopher Arid tell you goddamn man that these people are indigenous to Africa. Christopher Arid tell you that these people are indigenous to Africa. We ain't gotta play this goddamn game. No, them Arabs are not African. No, they not. They know they ain't been there those 22,000 years. You ain't got the science for that. Go get your science up. Go get some new science. All right. Let's get back to Auntie. This nigga interrupted Auntie. Oh, hold up. What the fuck is this? Let's get back to Auntie. Auntie Kara Cooney. Now look, Uncle Reggie said his issue with Kara Cooney. Let me mute this shit. Uncle Reggie said his issue with Kara Cooney was that with the language. She wouldn't say that Kemet meant black people. She said it meant black land. That's Uncle Reggie's gripe with Kara Cooney. We can't expect a white person to read the metanetta like we read the metanetta. We can't expect a white person to have the same passion for reading the metanetta and going into the ins and out and finding the secrets and the deep mysteries behind the metanetta like a white person. That's not their history. They just doing this shit for a goddamn occupation. You know what I'm saying? So your disagreement with Kara Cooney about the language, I understand. She don't have no type of passionate towards the learning the metanetta or the language like that. But with the culture, she's very specific. These was black people. They would have to sit at the back of the bus. They colored. Egyptology is racist, and she with us on that. So we ain't gotta throw her out the window. She's a good lady. Rainbow Coalition is in effect.
But anybody who wants to move into power circles in Mexico needs to be speaking Spanish and not these other languages. So for the ancient Egyptians, you don't have these lighter is good and darker is bad and skin color type associations. The Egyptians are in the middle of the spectrum. They are just as xenophobic in their history as anybody else. They stereotype other ethnicities and races, create races just like anybody else. And there are three traditions.
Now what they be saying, the ancient, we trying to use our understanding of race and throw it on the ancient civilization. Nah, they understand race. They understand the difference. They understand, the Egyptians understand them damn Arab looking people is not like us. They understood this. So we got to stop with this.
Yeah,
They wouldn't say
let's see that. That's all enough about no motherfucking. The motherfucking
They
Egyptian, them
understood
niggas ain't
that
even,
motherfucker.
them niggas ain't even generate ancestors. Them niggas ain't understand shit.
Hold up. Hey. While I'm speaking, you keep your motherfucking mic muted, nigga, while I'm speaking. Now, like I was saying, them motherfucking ancient Egyptians, they understood who was different. They understood what an outsider was. Now you got the flow. Let's go and crank it up. Gullah, you want to go viral? Let's go viral, Gullah. Where we at?
Man, fuck all that virus shit. Fuck Egypt. Fuck all that shit. Them niggas ain't me. Them niggas ain't us. Them niggas ain't no motherfucking Niger Congo niggas and all that shit. Them niggas some different African niggas. Africa's a fucking continent. Same way motherfucking Indian niggas different from a Chinese nigga. They're on the same continent, but they different niggas. Different people. Dark skin or not. I don't give a fuck. Them niggas ain't no fast twitch muscle niggas like us, bro. Them niggas when you know how to play basketball. Fucking 5'2" short ass nigga. Them niggas one of them same niggas. Them niggas one of them same niggas. Them niggas one of them same motherfucking niggas from the Sudan. Yeah, they stole for swag. It picked up some motherfucking admixtures from niggas from the Sudan and shit. They stole a lot of their swag, like the Pharaoh King shit. The shit come from motherfucking Nilo-Saharan black niggas, but them motherfuckers got mixed in, became a motherfucking swag, and linked it to other cultures and shit. Them motherfucking Egyptians, them nigga Egyptian niggas was basically the motherfucking modern day mixed Latin America. Bunch of mixed motherfuckers and mixed populations and shit.
Hey Gullah, check me out. You got the same smoke for South Africans?
What you talking about? Same smoke for South Africa? South Africans, most South Africans come from the same group that we come from. Most of them come from Bantus. But it's a story though. Now listen though, the true West African don't come from us. Them the Khoisan niggas is not us. But we migrated through the Bantu migrations. The Bantu migration started 3000 BCE. The same fucking time Egypt was going. How the fuck we from Egypt? The motherfucking Bantu migration. We migrating out of fucking West Africa back into motherfucking Southeast Africa and South Africa, coming out of motherfucking West Africa, Niger Congo, Niger and fucking Cameroon.
So
we overlap,
travel, right?
The Bantu people like us, the agriculturalists, we conquered fucking South Africa and took over the fucking Khoisan people and shit.
So we could travel as West and Central Africans, we could travel to South Africa, but we can't travel to North Africa.
We didn't have to go, we didn't have to travel to no fucking North. You know how many years it took to even travel to fucking South Africa? Motherfucking, we didn't get to fully even to East Africa all the way into motherfucking 300 AD. From 3000 BCE to 300 AD, that's a long fucking time to travel, nigga. It took a long fucking time for motherfuckers to get to motherfucking Southeast Africa. Niggas ain't just moving like that, bro. You had to motherfucking have populations. Nigga gotta die. Niggas had to fuck. Nigga had to have babies. A whole lot of shit happened way before motherfucker even got all the way to south or east. Whole subculture sprung up before it wasn't just one like a nigga going around the corner to the.
I got you. So look, we could travel as West and Central Africans. We can travel to South Africa, but we can't travel to North Africa.
Why the fuck would we, bro?
What you mean? We Africans. Why would we go one place and not the other? Listen to your logic. You thinking like a white man.
No, I'm not, bro. They don't fucking white, but we didn't need to. The niggas that had the shit we needed. What the find me a motherfucking sweet potato from fucking Egypt, nigga. Find me a sweet that wasn't our culture, nigga. Find me some rice from fucking Egypt, nigga. Find me some sweet potatoes, nigga. Some yams. What the yams at in Egypt? We was the yam niggas. We cultivated yams, nigga. Where the collard greens at? Where the greens at in Egypt? They ain't eat that shit we ate, nigga.
All right, King say the classification of Niger Congo didn't exist back then. That's more European shit. God damn, Gullah, you thinking like the white man.
No, get the fuck out of here. The only reason we call it Niger Congo because we circumvent the Niger River and the motherfucking Congo rivers. Get the fuck out of here. This is pseudo. These niggas pseudo, bro. All these niggas pseudo. Soy Kenyatta never say no stupid ass shit like that. Fuck out of here.
All right, look, Gullah. Check me out, Gullah. Don't you agree that the Egyptians are... Hey,
Pseudo.
Gullah, hold up, Gullah. Don't you agree that the ancient Egyptians...
I ain't in no lane with none of these niggas. I'm in a whole different lane.
Gullah, relax, nigga. Relax.
Not
Don't
so.
you... Gullah,
Stop.
listen to me. Gullah, relax, gang. Don't you agree that the ancient Egyptians are African?
Yeah, they African, but they different African. Same way motherfucking Indian niggas is Asian.
Why you African beefing? Why you trying to spread up Africa? You acting like the white man, brother.
African is tribal, nigga. I gang bang, nigga. African is tribal, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Same way
So
Indian, same way a Pakistani nigga is different from a Korean nigga, and they both Asian.
So you ain't with unifying Africa, brother.
Man, fuck all that kumbaya shit, nigga. I gang bang, nigga. I'm gonna try now. I'm from West Africa, nigga. West side, nigga. Real shit.
Goddamn, Gullah, you thinking like the white man. That's how they want us to think. That's how the white man. Gullah, hey, Gullah, that's how the white man. Gullah, that's how the white man. Hey, Gullah.
Fuck them niggas. The niggas want to give a fuck about no West African niggas who came up over there. Niggas just want the shit. Them niggas just want the shit that we got. They would have tried to take our gold. Fuck them niggas.
Hey, Gullah, man. We trying to unify. Africa,
gang. Fuck all that shit. People ain't the same, bro. We talking to people that speak the same, a common language.
Gullah, you thinking how the white people wanted us to think, gang? You trying to separate us?
You know, man. We've been separated. We've been tribal, nigga. After ain't no motherfucker walk around the park. That's back in us like some pussies. That's back in us look soft. We would never know motherfucking niggas that them friendly ass niggas.
Gullah, we trying to unify. We trying to unify the continent, gang. We trying to unify the continent, gang.
That friendly shit is what got the white man in the first fucking place. Nigga, everybody all the same. Come kumbaya shit. Fuck all that. Egypt niggas ain't us. Them niggas ain't like us.
This nigga Gullah is crazy, man. Y'all hear this shit? I gotta deal with Sookie D in the building. Uncle La in the building. Y'all hear this crazy shit I gotta deal with? He will agree that the ancient Egyptians were African, and not that same tongue say fuck the Egyptians. Nah, brother, we gotta come together. You thinking like the white man. The white man got control. When you start pushing that science shit, you start using that as the authority over logic and common sense. That's called white man thinking. Shout out to Uncle Hercules. White science versus black science. We gotta recognize this shit. It's just another way to separate ourselves. Your damn DNA. Stop saying you Western Central African only. It only go back a couple hundred years. They don't got the technology, Sway. And you just said out your mouth that during the Bantu expansion, Central Africans and West Africans went to the south, but we can't go north. Or whoever was before those West and Central Africans, they didn't lead there. Why are we thinking like white people? I don't understand it. We can go south, but we can't go north. That's smart. Not really. King, what the business is. I'm up in here. I'm standing on the shoulders of Dr. Ben tonight. I'm standing, my bad, this morning. Goddamn, what time is it? Oh yeah, I've been thugging. I'm standing on the shoulders of Sheikh Anthony Diop. Standing on the shoulders of John Henry Clark. King, what's good? What the business is? Talk black to me. Yeah, you probably got to come out and come back in, King. Yeah, man, talk black to me. Because Joseph Greenberg said so. Proof evidence, no matter what this sourceless say, the modern day Arabs is not the ancient Egyptians. That's a fact, proof evidence. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta claim Africa as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Our people didn't stay still. Our people didn't stay motherfucking still. You know what I'm saying? So how you gonna say you Western Central African only when before that it was a group that was there that left for your so-called population came in. But the genetic study just got that certain population from that time frame. The shit is limited. They not going back thousands of years. They going back a couple of hundred years. So we just can't weaponize information. That's the whole thing. We can't weaponize information. We got to think for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? They said all this shit by King Tut. You know what I'm saying? We roaring behind this shit. You know what I'm saying? So we go stand up for our goddamn history and stand up for what our people, what our forefathers, you know what I'm saying, placed at our footsteps. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all the elders, man. I seen Smash Rockwell was rocking. Man, you know, Magi Archers in the motherfucking chat. God damn it. Magi. So yeah, Aunt Kara Cooney, let's not cancel her just because she don't wanna say what we came up with in the meta. Let's just use her when it comes to culture. Let's use her when it comes to telling the truth about Egyptology and this DNA shit. You know what I'm saying? We cancel a lot of people, call a lot of people pseudo because they pseudo in one area. You know what I'm saying? They probably be live as fuck in 4 more areas, but if you cancel them, you would never find that out. You know what I'm saying? So it's best to stay on our pivot, you know what I'm saying, and not judge, you know what I'm saying, just off of what somebody say or, you know what I'm saying, fill them all the way out, you know what I'm saying, fill them all the way out. I sent Ngozi the link. I sent Unc the link. I sent a whole bunch of people the link, and I know it's a whole bunch of house niggas in the bushes. You know what I'm saying? So let me drop that link one more time for the house niggas in the bushes that want to say the ancient Egyptians are not black, weren't black. Want to say the people that's there right now are the same people that was there that built the pyramids. Any of you niggas want to stand up for that? Hey, one thing I like when you in this YouTube space, you know what I'm saying, you attract what you put down. You know what I'm saying? So I be looking at other dudes' YouTubes, man, they be having a chat full of Arabs. You black with a chat full of Arabs pushing this anti-African rhetoric. I can't, nah. My chat full of real niggas, you know what I'm saying, doing their own goddamn thing, and they just happen to want to come across some live shit. You know what I'm saying? Do not let him off the hook for that source for 20,000 years ago. He can't find it. He can't, he just, proof existence. He remember after I put him in that corner, he brought up, I asked him about West Africans, how long they was, I asked them, can they go, if they can't go south, can they go north? Since they can go south, they can't go north. He brought up before that, that's what got to it. He brought up the Bantu expansion. So he killed his, he threw a claim out there, then slapped himself. That's why I was saying in the chat, that's why I was doing this. He killed it, he slapped himself. That was a boomerang dagger. How you gonna bring up saying that we was Western Central Africans for 20,000 years, 12,000 years, and then you say the Bantu expansion where we went to South Africa and conquered them down there. You just slapped yourself in the face. How we was there 12,000 years then, nigga? You just said we migrated, nigga. The understanding is we don't gotta claim. Now look, our most recent ancestry come from Western Central Africa. Our most recent ancestry come from Western Central Africa. But when we go back thousands of years, like how we try to do with these dynasties, we was everywhere. We was all up and down Africa. It didn't have no borders. It didn't have no motherfucking, no volcanic places where you couldn't go. King, what's goody?
Yeah, man, what's up, man? I had to jump on the laptop because Gullah called me pseudo when I made the statement that Niger Congo didn't is a classification that didn't exist back then, and it's more European shit, bruh. You get that linguistic classification because of Joseph Greensberg, bruh. This is who divided the African languages up and put them in these different classes. You know what I'm saying? So if I gotta kill a pseudo killer, I'm ready to kill a pseudo killer. Come prove that when I say Niger Congo as a linguistic classification is some European shit, bring your ass, nigga, and I'ma hand it to you.
And he can show you the links between that and the Egyptian language. Either way it goes, either way it goes, you can get slapped.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, these Eurocentrics gotta be stopped, bro. It's like they trying to, like they had a recent paper came out about a week or two ago where they did a complete genome of one individual and tried to take the genome of that one individual and paint the whole population by that one individual and totally negating the fact that 4/5 of this individual's ancestry was indigenous North African. See, the problem is they try to make it as if there is no indigenous North Africans, as if the indigenous North Africans are somehow Eurasian, when you have these indigenous African haplogroups migrating into Eurasia. That's why they show similarities between those people of the Levant and North Africa. The Natufians have African haplogroups. This is what they're not telling you. You know what I'm saying? When they try to use this Natufian DNA to say, oh, they wasn't African, the Natufians have African haplogroups. There's nowhere around that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, they the real pseudos when it comes to African civilizations and cultures. When they try to come with this Eurocentric perspective, man, it's like, man, bro, it's crazy to me, bro, that you got people, our people, that's siding with this and taking everything these everything these Europeans say at face value without doing their own comparative research, trying to look into the matter for themselves without going into these different tribal oral traditions and cultures and finding the connections and similarities that shouldn't exist according to them. You know what I'm saying? It's too much. You have to really be willfully ignorant of it in order to overlook it. It don't make no sense to me, bro.
From Libya. And in fact, the Libu, where modern day Libya may indeed get its name, could come from one of these sea people's tribes, the Libu, the Libyans. So do we understand Libyans as North African, or do we understand them as European, Greek even? How far does your genetic strain go? It's the same way when you do a genetic test with 23andMe or National Geographic or whatever company you end up using. What's the other one? Ancestry, right? Those are our big three. They make the choice of how far they want to put those genetics back, right? If you were, say, somebody from Florence and you wanted to trace your genetics all the way back to the Bronze Age, then you would probably find, and studies have shown, that you have connections to West Asian peoples. And there is indeed a mythology, an origination mythology of the Etruscans having Semitic origins and coming from abroad. And studies have been done that show that if you push that genetic material back thousands of years, you can make connections between people in West Asia from certain areas and the Etruscans. But that doesn't mean that if you're a Florentine Italian and you go to 23andMe and you get your genetics done, that they're going to say you're West Asian, because their tests don't go back that far. And they're comparing you to the population there now, and they all have that, or many of them have that Etruscan.
Basically, what she's saying is these genetic markers that they're using for your DNA test only go back a couple hundred years. If you're going to concede to the Bantu expansion, stop saying you West and Central African only and North Africans not like you. No, say them motherfuckers that came a couple thousand years ago is not like you. Say them motherfuckers that came 3,000 years. Put a timestamp on that shit. Cause what I'm starting to understand and what I think I'm hearing, I think niggas is trying to make these Arab looking motherfuckers North African. And I'm saying North African is a racist term to me. Because we know Uncle Reggie just showed that them motherfuckers touched Africa 5000 BC. Touched Africa. So probably on the outskirts, nomadic tribes. But they wasn't significant and dominant in North Africa until a couple thousand years ago. I don't know what you niggas take a few thousand years ago or a couple thousand years ago for, but that's not 5,000 years ago to me. That's 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. So I'm gonna take that for that. We in the year 2000. Subtract that, and I'm gonna give you 1,000 years just for being nice. Anything before 1,000 BC, but I can't even be that linear, right? Because we got the Greeks saying 400 BC, the Egyptians was this black. So it's hard. I'm not falling for none of these goddamn DNA tests. Stop saying you West and Central African only. We migrate. And stop saying they not like us. Say them motherfuckers that came 2,000 or 3,000 years ago not like you. We gotta start thinking black.
Let me hit you with this too. You know what I'm saying? Because this
Hello.
What's up, brother Reggie? Peace.
Hold up, Uncle Reggie. Let King go, and then you go after King, Uncle Reggie.
Let me hit you with this too, because this is something that always get lost in a lot of these conversations. You know, the Europeans have a history of eating mummies, that ingesting mummies for 500 years because they thought it had medicinal purposes, right? So these same people who ate 500 years worth of mummies are the ones telling us, oh, y'all not them now. These are the ones doing the genetic testing on the mummies, the ones who ate mummies for 500 years. This is documented European history. I know it sounds far-fetched, but you could actually look this up and confirm it for yourself. These people ate mummies for 500 years, bro. Egyptian mummies.
When you go back and look at all, and Laurel said the same thing, but when you go back and look at all of these, the Wallace D. Budge, all these Egyptian dictionaries, all these people thought the Egyptians were not black. In fact, they thought they was European. So we eating the food from the European when it comes to this black information. No, go get me an elder. Tell me what they origin tradition say. It's not gonna say we've been in Western Central Africa for 12,000 years. You got the flow, Uncle Reggie.
Yeah. So I just came back on because I just want to fix a couple of things. One is that, to my recollection, I was the first person to bring on this article about this. And earlier when we were talking about the Schuneman report, which was years ago, I was talking about it. What we found now is that Africans were black in color, right? What we find out now is that the human genome sequence from the old Egyptian was estimated to be black to dark black. We know when we have won. Now, when Dr. Karakuni is talking, she's giving her opinion, but she doesn't have the articles that we have because she was giving it earlier, right? So we don't have to argue. We don't even really have to listen to Dr. Karakuni. All we have to do is read the article. So if it's simple, and that's why. Hi, Bridget. It's simple. She did not have the current articles, and she's an expert in Egyptology. She's not in genome, so we have to read articles, right?
Uncle Reggie, not even maybe you're trying to have a different conversation. You gotta echo. Hold on real quick. You gotta echo. Maybe you trying to have a different conversation. Maybe you're trying to have a different conversation, but for what we saying, she's saying everything we saying. She's saying Egyptology is racist. She's saying the Egyptians was black, the Egyptians was colored. She's saying it's a whole bunch of when they had the King Tut deposition whitewashing him, Black people were at the museums picketing that shit. She's saying everything we saying. So your gripe with her is not for this, for what I have showed. I think you can
Okay,
have a different
I don't
conversation.
have to. Yeah. What I am saying is very simple. It's very simple. She's not exactly saying what you are saying, but you can't see it. She doesn't use in this public discourse any nomenclature directly related to the indigenous populations, right? And I'm saying that she's giving her opinion and her thinking, and it's professional opinion, right? But now we have the articles.
Uncle Reggie.
So we
She didn't say nothing that you. There was no reason for her to bring up the indigenous population. Why would she have brought up the indigenous population if she talking about Egyptology is racist? Why would she bring up the indigenous population? You have a gripe with her because she don't know enough of the meta netta. I understand that. But that don't mean she ain't riding with us when it comes to what they look like. She can be pseudo in the meta netta. She don't want to concede to Kemet meaning black people. I get your gripe. I get your gripe. But that don't got nothing to do with her being real and saying if the Egyptians was in America, they'd have to sit at the back of the bus. Like you trying to have two different conversations. What you asking of her, I didn't require of her. She gave me enough. I don't understand like with the gripe. Ken, you was trying to say something?
Yeah, I think what Dr. Reggie was trying to say is like we do have the articles, and the articles themselves say that these people were black. You know what I'm saying? It's like you said, the article proved that the North Africans were black prior to Eurasian admixture and back migration. And when they did this article about a week or two ago, it says right in the article, this individual whose genome they tested ranged from dark to black skin. You know what I'm saying? It's just we have people in our so-called conscious community among us trying to use these same studies to prove that the ancient Egyptians weren't dark skinned to black. You know what I'm saying? Even though the articles they're using says that they were. You know what I'm saying? So that I think that's more the problem. And the scholar you're playing the video from, she will be more of a historian. So she will be coming from a different angle than I would, Dr. Reggie would, and a lot of us would, because we're not historians, you know what I'm saying? But we do have to take what they have to say into account, because there's another historian, Dr. Rebecca Futo Kennedy, who's also a white woman, saying the same thing that this lady is saying, you know what I'm saying? So we do have allies within the white academic
Thanks.
community.
It's like this. It's like this. She degreed up Rebecca Kennedy. That's another lady I had seen you put her in the chat. I seen Uncle Smash Rockwell use her too. She riding with us too. It's more so like I understand Uncle Reggie's gripe that she don't want to say Kemet mean black people. I understand she probably will lose her job for saying that shit. I understand that. It's politics, it's political. It get heated. She even said that on that video. She probably lose her job if she agree with Uncle Reggie and say that Kemet mean black people. So I understand Uncle Reggie. That don't mean we gotta tear her down or act like she don't agree with us. Cause she do. She just not about to say what you saying when it comes to the language. And she not black, so it ain't no passion there. You can't make a white person do what you want to do. You don't make your city council do what you want to do. So why we can't make these degreed up people that's in our favor concede to our points? They not gonna concede to our points. They not black. They not black. They not gonna concede to everything. But yeah, she agreed and she said the DNA shit is problematic when you try to go for ancient cultures. All right, Uncle Reggie says y'all smarter than the dude who brought you the articles. I'm messing it up. No, Uncle Reggie, we're not even speaking on the article. That's the thing. If you look at the title of the show, it's called "Scholars Agree That the Egyptians is Black." I doubt. That's the thing. So I'm using Aunt. You know what I'm saying? And she putting the show on, and she doing her motherfucking thing, debunking everything and riding with us. So we gotta appreciate her. Maybe Uncle Reggie, you need to send her an email. You need to send Aunt Kara Cooney an email, Uncle Reggie, and apologize. You know what I'm saying? Because she's on our side. And this is the Rainbow Coalition. You know what I'm saying? You got some good white people. All right. So King,
What's good?
um, when we speak of the ancient Egyptians and people try to make them Eurasian and West Asian and all of that. Like, what's your whole opinion on it now? We got it's like we got some people conceding that they African. And they weren't saying that a couple years ago. But we
Well,
still got
my stance has always been that Egypt it was originally an African civilization. Now, was it a global civilization? You know what I'm saying, to the known world at that time? Yes, it was, and it did have interactions with people outside of Africa. You know what I'm saying, through trade, intermarriage. You know what I'm saying, cultural exchange, the like. I mean, this is what you have in all global societies. But my problem is when they try to usurp the Africanity of ancient Egypt with this Eurasian stuff when we see that all of this is a later influx into the Nile Valley. You know what I'm saying? This is why you have so many cultural similarities inside of Africa with ancient Egypt. You have so many linguistic similarities inside of Africa with ancient Egypt. You know what I'm saying? As well as genetic similarities inside of Africa with ancient Egypt.
Uncle
And they try
Uncle
to
Reggie. Uncle Reggie. Hold up real quick,
go ahead.
King. Uncle Reggie. This the fight. This the fight, Uncle Reggie. You didn't had niggas like Ngozi, Gullah, Chef, Corey, Chief X, and all these niggas move Unc off his position on the ancient Egyptians being niggas, on the ancient Egyptians being black. So much to fall to where he didn't came out and said black ain't real. It's a social construct. That's the fight. Man, you know why they push, you know how they pushed Unc in that corner with this DNA bullshit, and kind of find out this shit is problematic when you're trying to looking up ancient people. So what I'm saying is, Uncle Reggie, it's cool. She ain't real good on the language, but she understand that Egyptology is racist. We understand from these they cherry picking these studies how they dropping them. Somebody lying, and we know this DNA shit not to be taken credible. People move. That's just real. People move. Africans move. That's just that this the fight. The fight is this fake ass DNA shit. Nah, they've been looking like that for 30,000 years, 20,000 years. We've been hearing it. We've been hearing it. So the elder conceded, black ain't real. All these niggas is indigenous. So now you niggas conceding that this Arab looking motherfucker is indigenous African, indigenous North African. And I'm saying, nah, the elders ain't teach that. The elders pushed back on that and they wrote it on the walls. That's what we here for. The fight against this fake ass race science, fake ass E1B1A haplogroup bullshit. This shit is limited. Stop trying to use that shit to usurp a conversation. Stop trying to use that shit as the authority, as a motherfucker timeline over thousands of years. It ain't possible. They don't have it. You got the flow, King.
Nah, I agree with a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but I understand where out west was coming from when you say black as a social construct. In America, it is, but you did have that as an identifying factor in antiquity before it was a social construct. It's like all of their contemporaries said this about them. You know what I'm saying? Like you brought up the Greeks and Greek scholars when they encountered them, the Romans when they encountered them. It's like the people who encountered the ancient Egyptians said this about them, said they were black skinned. This is how you get the word Ethiopia. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so I don't know what we're doing or what we're saying when we try to negate that, that history from their contemporaries who were eyewitnesses of these people. Is I feel like we do ourselves a disservice, you know what I'm saying?
How
And
far?
I for one don't even negate the influence of the Levant and the Fertile Crescent on ancient Egypt, but it was a later influence, you know what I'm saying? And they don't acknowledge the African influence on these areas. That's kind of where the problem lies, you know what I'm saying? That's what the problem is right there.
That's a fact. That's a fact, man. When you bring up that dark skin, motherfucker be like, everybody had dark skin. They start bringing up all these islands and shit nigga never heard of. What about the Metropolis Island? Are those people black? Man, look here, brother. We know what black is. And I ain't conceding. I ain't conceding to no motherfucking good hair or straight hair when the pharaohs had dreadlocks, motherfuckers got braids. We ain't conceding and Kunta Kinte. We ain't conceding to no all the north everybody. It ain't no it's the good hair and everybody no brother. We know what a motherfucker that's dark because of the sun with this good hair or with this straight hair and curly hair, or if a motherfucker goddamn me is mixed. We understand the difference. We understand the goddamn difference. So King, how far is you gonna concede when motherfuckers say, "Oh, everybody got dark skin"? Uh, everybody got dark skin. So what about the hair? Do we go to the hair texture or is you afraid they gonna bring up, brother? This good hair shit is all around Africa. Well, how we gonna? Or this straight hair, European hair shit is all around Africa. How far you gonna concede once they say dark skin is everywhere, brother?
I mean, I don't feel like I'm the one that have to concede with that. They would have to concede, you know what I'm saying? Because they're the ones who trying to use genetics to say though that ancient Egyptians weren't black. You know what I'm saying? Black not exclusive to Africa. So when you say Eurasian, what are you really saying? Because the indigenous Eurasians would have been black. So it's like I don't understand what they're saying when they do that. You know, it's like you look to the islands like they bring up, the Philippines, the Andaman Islands, Papua New Guinea. Well, they call Papua New Guinea because it put them in the mind of Old Guinea, which was West Africa. You know what I'm saying? They saw the people there resembled the West Africans. So what are you saying when you say, "Oh, Eurasian bank migration"? Because these are Eurasian populations: the Papua New Guineans, the Andaman Islanders, the Anjay. You know what I'm saying? These are Eurasian populations. So what really are you saying when you say, "Oh, the ancient Egyptians were Eurasians"? Are you saying there are different kind of black people? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying this to put us in the mind that they were not black and were white, which would be the fallacy because all Eurasians are not white. Pale skin in the Eurasian populations is something that occurred fairly recently, and the timeline on that keeps shrinking and it becoming more and more recent. So what actually are they saying with that? So I feel like they would be the ones who have to concede that, oh, you know, when you say the black people was outside of Africa, yeah, I would agree. I would agree. So how are you saying that the presence of these genetic markers in Africa proves that these people weren't dark skinned
And,
or
and let me say
weren't
this.
black?
Let me say this. African is synonymous with black. When we say black, we know we mean African. When we say
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
when we say mix, and hey, my bad, this ain't the what you were saying, King. When we say mix, we know what a mixed motherfucker is. I'm watching Sonetta the other day. Elder Apostle, nigga, we thought was black. This nigga DNA test did a shift to a now he 54 or 56% European. So, nigga, your DNA, nigga, you was 50 some percent African one day. Years later, your shit flip on you. Now your ass is 50 some percent European. We know what a mixed nigga look like. You look like us, but your hair different. So we go by this blackness shit, but I'm looking at the hair too. If you got good hair, nigga, you mix with something.
Yeah,
Nappy
you got
hair
to
is
take that into
synonymous.
account.
Nappy
You do
hair
have to
is
take that into
synonymous
account,
with
right?
black. This hair right here, this is synonymous with black. Not just the color, because we see it every goddamn day. Motherfuckers will be mixed, and you could tell the hair is a marker that you know they mixed by. And 9 times out of 10, it's at a goddamn 50-50 marker or close, or 60-40 marker or close, 50-40 something something marker. And it's close because it's the European admixture. And the hair gonna tell it. How you feel about that, King? Am I being pseudo?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say you being pseudo, but it's like everything has to add up for the hair texture, the skin color. All of that have to add up, bro. And I don't just go off of one thing. You know what I'm saying? That's why
Right.
I
Right.
try to deal with the linguistics, the genetics, the culture, and all of that as it pertains to ancient Egypt, because that you would need all of those identifying factors to point out who the people were. You know what I'm saying? And for the hair texture, you find our hair texture spread across the world, just like you find black people, dark skinned people spread around the world, and they try to attribute this to the slave trade when that's not necessarily the case. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Andaman Islanders are some of the oldest indigenous populations outside of Africa. You know what I'm saying? And they are melanated people with our grade of hair. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I was asking the guy I debated on your platform about the Chadic speaking populations of the Sahel and Central Africa, right? I asked him, are these some Eurasian people? He was like, no, they're African. Okay, but they carry R1B, which is a Eurasian haplogroup. So what are you using to identify what's African? You know what I'm saying? And what's not African. So that defeats your own argument when you say, oh, these people, this Chadic speaking people are African, but yet they carry Eurasian haplogroups. So what are you saying, really?
The
You
same
know
way,
what I'm saying?
the same way right now. You African, but you carry European haplogroups. It's
Right,
like these
right.
niggas
So,
don't know how to use logic. But look at this right here. This ain't no damn straight hair.
nah, it's
This is
not.
not no goddamn straight hair.
Not only that, that collar she got on is not a Eurasian. That's not a Eurasian beating either. It's like her dress. You could look to the interior Africa and find those same things being worn in Africa today.
Right.
It's like,
Culture.
yeah, that's culture, right?
All right, let me find that Egyptian lady with the dreads in her bust. Let me see. Or maybe it was but yeah, man. shout out to King. I mean, Uncle Laurel was on the panel a little earlier.
Yeah, shout out to my war chief, my Naga brother. You know what I'm saying? We've been on our American Naga kick lately, you know what I'm saying, trying to bring out information about these Maroons because not only do they distort the history of Africa, we're getting force fed a watered down version of American history too, because they want us to believe that our ancestors were just some docile people who just took beer and walked all over. And when that's not true, you know, that's not real American history.
Check this out. It say Egyptian mummies and tombs with dreadlocks. Evidence suggests that ancient Egyptians, both men and women, including pharaohs, sometimes wore hairstyles resembling dreadlocks, which were likely maintained for their cultural, religious, and spiritual significance. So we ain't gotta make nothing up. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gotta put no sauce on nothing.
Right. That's culture. That's culture that still persists to today. I mean, that culture never went away.
Let me show this picture real quick. I know they gonna clip me up. Wavy being pseudo with the nappy hair. Hey man, clip it up, man. I'm rocking how I'm rocking, man. I'm very transparent. Clip me up, bring that smoke, man. You gonna get it. All right, let me share my screen.
And I was hoping I caught the brother on here, you know what I'm saying? Because when you call King Naga pseudo or something, I say pseudo, then I would like you to prove what I said was pseudo. You know what I'm saying? Because anybody could say that out their mouth, oh, that was pseudo. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of these linguistic classifications were made to separate this African group from that African group when the Africans themselves never did this. They never did that themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like they never grouped their languages into this class separate from these languages here. But when you get to studying the languages, you know what I'm saying, you see that hey, it instead of looking like different languages, it looked more like different dialects of the same language. That's what it looks like to me when I look at the languages. It looked more like different dialects of the same language than it does different languages.
Hey, let me say this. As human beings, not just as Africans, gang. As human beings, we are territorial. As human beings, we are territorial. But we gotta understand that our country has been did the worst atrocities ever known to man and still being done to it. So you gotta wake up and realize they hit us with the transatlantic slave trade. And now we far away from Africa. We gotta pay $1,500 to get over there. And we still wanna be tribal or we wanna come together now. Cause that being tribal shit, nigga, look what happened. Like they got pulled one under our nose. So all that being tribal shit is not what's best. Our people are waking up. Whether you want to wake up or not, our people are waking up. And you got more motherfuckers that's gonna think like me. You know what I'm saying? As time go on, as they wake up. But I understand you want to be tribal, but understand our people move around. And at the end of the day, being tribal is not what's best for our people right now. It's time for us to come together and make Africa a global power. We not at them meetings when them white people sit down. Our representatives not at them meetings. Like these niggas don't be knowing. These niggas don't be wanting to be logical.
Now I get that because it's like once those tribes were brought over here to America, then for their own survival, they had to come together. You know what I'm saying? If you look at the history of a lot of these maroon camps, the Black Seminoles, like you know, the Negro Fort in Florida, is like you look at
They ain't bringing that African shit over here. Nigga, they like
yeah.
we
Once
look
you
like we. You look like me. We running from this
Right,
white nigga with the gun. Let's go.
right. Let's go. We on go time. You know what I'm saying? We're putting these tribal differences to the side, and which they had to survive, man. And if you look at the history and the documentation from the colonial generals in these times of war, they was terrified of that shit. It was their biggest fear. And that fear is something that persists to the day. That's why they keep us divided and separated in all these different cultures and different tribes and New Orleans beefing with Baton Rouge beefing with Lake Charles, and we all in Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? It's like it don't make no sense. And
Hey, and
they
we
go ahead.
naturally gonna be tribal. Like you can't have 100 niggas in the room. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be a fight. So that's natural. But we talking about after thousands of years of looking at history, what's best for our people. It's coming together. You know what I'm saying? It's that's gonna win. Like what these Europeans doing, King? These motherfuckers boarding up, goddamn me.
Yeah, and if you look to the current affairs of Africa today, that's what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is what the African Union is in the process of doing as we speak, is tearing down the colonial borders, which are natural dividing lines. Well, I mean not natural, they are imaginary dividing lines that separate these nations from one another. And they're like, hey, they're making us they divided us up into all of these little bitty nations and making us compete on the world stage against these big old empires. You know what I'm saying? So why not come together? We're stronger together once they tear down those artificial borders and put their economies together and pool their resources. No landmass on the planet or maybe even the universe could compete with Africa, man, because it's so rich in resources. And that's not even the minerals that's in the ground. That's the people that's there too, like us. We were some of those resources that was taken away from Africa. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
they say they got a hospital. They say they got a hospital in Burkina Faso running all off of solar energy. Nigga, we can't even do that over here.
Bro, you got to think about it. You got the inventor over there from Zimbabwe, Maxwell Chikumbutsu, where he came up with a new technology that draws power and energy from radio waves. It's kind of the same thing me and the newbie talk about when we say God is light, light is electromagnetism. He's converting radio waves into energy, and he's created a generator that could power an entire community for free, drawing from the radio waves. He has a motorcycle that never needs to be charged, drawing running off of radio waves. An automobile that never has to be charged, running off of radio waves that can also power your house. You know what I'm saying? A TV you don't have to plug up. The brother has invented a helicopter that runs from radio waves, and it's like for the most part we don't even know about this. It's like this is somebody in the technology we should be investing in because it's revolutionary. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
It sound like that shit sound like magic, nigga.
It sounds like magic, but but it's real and it really works. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right, right. Man, yeah, when I seen that in Burkina Faso they had a whole hospital powered by solar energy, I was like, nigga, we don't even got that out here in the richest country in the world, and probably not the richest, but in the most powerful country in the world, we don't even got that a whole hospital.
Nah, because
No,
it's big business. It's big business, and what do you think about a hospital? How much money just a hospital will generate for the economy? You have to think about all of the electricity it takes to run this hospital, right? Well, that money is going to the power company. Then you have to think about all of the pharmaceuticals and all of that stuff that's going to the pharmaceutical industry. So when you look to Africa, you're having herbal medications, you know what I'm saying? They still believe in a lot of herbal treatments over there. So that's low cost. You're powering the hospital by solar panels. that's free energy. So these corporations aren't getting paid. That means more of that money and more of that revenue could go to the people where it should belong. You know what I'm saying? But America not set up that way, and they keep us focused on everything except for the problem. You know what I'm saying? The problem and the solution. And the solution is, man, the solution is for us as a people, man, to unite and science, technology, information, and mathematics, man. It's like we need to get into that. STEM. It's like that's something Naga been pushing for years. STEM. We need to push them and come up with our own technologies. It's like a little brother in Houston. Uh, he called himself Nature Jab on social media. Well, this man is turning plastic into fuel. He just
Right.
ran, you know,
Gasoline.
yeah, into plastoline is what he called it, right? Man, you know how revolutionary that could be, how good that could end up being for the
He say
environment
he
by
say he say they trying to kill him right now.
yeah, they're trying to kill him. That's the same thing with Maxwell Chikumbutsu. When he came over here, they tried to kill him and his partner. His partner died, but he survived. And he haven't been back to America since. It's the same thing happened to him. You have the other brother who's created a device that pulls water straight from the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's drawing clean water straight from the atmosphere. So that could kill the water shortage. That could stop the pollution. You know what I'm saying? Instead of us tapping into natural water sources for our water from our homes, this is a invention that could provide water to communities, clean water for free. It's like, and all of these are black inventors, man, that we should be aware of
Right.
and get behind and invest in because they're coming up with revolutionary technologies that's not only good for us as a people, it's good for Mother Nature as a whole. You know what I'm saying? It's good for the environment. So I don't see why we wouldn't be on board with these brothers.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. So we be when we hear they back migrated. If they back migrated, that mean they was there already. So why we acting like
Right,
that? Why we acting like that's a penalty?
right. Back migration means you migrated back to somewhere you already were. That's what it means to me, at least. You know what I'm saying?
It's like that's
Because
like a dude. That's like a dude having a black baby mama, and then he migrate, get a Mexican baby mama, a white baby mama, then he back migrate. You know what I'm saying?
exactly,
He just back migrated the genes. You know what I'm saying? Everything going. He straightened up.
and that's exactly what you have going on with a lot of these haplogroup EM35 subclades. You have them leaving out of Africa into the Levant and then back migrating into Africa through East Africa and the Levant, and they're now somehow Eurasian. No, they're not.
They still African. If you back migrate out of Africa, your ass still African. Cause you by you mentioning back migrate, you saying they came back. That's common sense right there.
Right, because when you look at the migration patterns, a lot of them show these haplogroups migrating out of Africa into the Levant and circling around and coming right back into Africa through East Africa, through the Horn of Africa. I'm like, so how y'all saying that when they enter back into Africa, they're Eurasian because they went and got some Eurasian pussy? That's what made them non-African. It's like that don't make no sense to me.
And let me say this: I'm a little strict. So if you mix, I'm not gonna say you black. I'm gonna say you mixed. You know what I'm saying? If you want to consider
Right.
yourself black, if you want to consider yourself black, you got that right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but at the same time, that will be your children. If you left out of Africa and you mix with, say, a white girl, right? You left and you got your white girl. That don't make you mix. That make your children mix. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm saying if you were 50-50, I'm not going like I'm saying like if you were 50-50, I'm not gonna say you black. That's up to you. But I'm
Right,
not saying for this Egyptian conversation, I'm not saying Egypt is full of 50-50s. I'm saying Egypt is full of black Africans. Egypt is
right,
full of
right,
Africans. You know what I'm saying?
right. It is. It is.
So
And the most recent study showed that. It's like Brother Reggie kind of brought that up while he was up here. It's like that individual whose genome they sequenced was 4/5 African. That's 80%. And they focused on the 20% that connects to Mesopotamia and the Near East,
that,
and try to negate the other 80% that was
African,
African.
right. That motherfuckers don't know how to read or they got an agenda. And I think what's going on is they got wrapped up in the agenda of thinking like a European. So we got black Eurocentrics out here.
Yeah, and if you ask me, that's the worst. That's the worst kind. You know what I'm saying?
First
And
time.
I don't even want to, bro. To be honest with you, I'm not one that even wants to throw away Eurocentrism because it has its place. When put in its right perspective, it's actually right. When you're dealing with Europe and European history, then Eurocentrism applies because
That's day
our
two.
research, yeah,
That's
our
day two.
research and the cultures we're involved in research and all of that are European centric, so that would inherently make those cultures and histories Eurocentric. So you got to apply those different views or different ideologies to their perspectives, and in those in their own proper perspectives, then they are applicable. I'm not going to look at African from a Eurocentric lens because African cultures are African. African languages are African. African people are African. So we're talking about a African centered study. So why wouldn't I look at it from an Afrocentric lens when Afrocentric means centered on Africa? It don't make no sense to me when they try to throw that term around just because we're looking at Egypt now, then Afrocentricity doesn't apply. This is an African-centered culture. It's an African-centered civilization, culture, all of that. So
And
why
for the
wouldn't I look at it through an Afrocentric lens?
and for the people that's asking, why y'all spend so much time on Egypt? Why y'all don't talk about West Africa? Cause nigga, West Africa is ours already. Motherfuckers still trying to steal
Right.
Egypt.
People not taking that from us. You know what I'm saying? And it's the thing. It's like I tell everybody, I don't even claim to be Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? Do I feel like I have ancestral ties to Egypt? Egypt, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Igbo descendant. I'm a descendant of Igbo people. But when I look at the culture, language, and oral tradition of the Igbo people, then they're showing not only connections to the Nile Valley, to the Levant area, the oral tradition is stating the same thing. So it's like you want me to negate my own people's oral traditions, languages, and cultures to side with an Afrocentric view that is directly in conflict with what my people are saying about themselves. No, I'm a side with what my people are saying about themselves and what I can confirm in what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't take nothing at face value. I do my own independent research no matter what.
All right, so you know how these niggas be saying, I'm a Western Central African. We ain't like them. We have no connection to them. Check this out. While it's true, while it's true that some individuals with African ancestry may have some genetic links to ancient Egyptians, it's not a straightforward yes or no answer. Modern African Americans have diverse ancestry, including significant contributions to West Africa due to the transatlantic slave trade. Ancient Egyptian, on the other hand, were a population with complex ancestry that have been studied through genetic analysis of ancient mummies. But y'all still ain't found none of the mummies from the first 10 dynasties. So what we got is a complex situation that niggas is trying to make it a yes or no answer.
Right. When
Acting
it's
like
not a
you got
clear,
the answer.
it,
Science don't
it's
got the
not a
answer.
clear yes or no answer. You know what I'm saying?
Science don't
Because
got
they
the
have
answer.
to
We
before
know
they
it's happening.
right before they excavate a tomb to find a mummy in order for them to test, then they have to get clearance from the Egyptian Antiquities Society. They have to have clearance. You know what I'm saying? So you have to deal with Zawi Hawass, and he has to approve the sites that you are excavating. That's why we're only finding excavations in Lower Egypt, the place closer to all of these outside influences. You're not finding that in Aswan. You're not finding that in Upper Egypt. You know what I'm saying? You're not finding that in Tanetaru. You're not finding that. They're not looking down to the south where the Egyptians
In the
themselves say
first
they
three
originate.
cataracts.
Right. You're not looking down there. You're looking up here, up there on the border by Israel. That's what you're searching. You know what I'm saying? Because, and that's what I told the other guy that I was debating. I'm like, if we're looking at sites that we know that were historically occupied by Eurasians, then are we surprised they're finding Eurasian DNA? The Egyptians themselves documented this where the Eurasians was at. Come on, man. It's like, but these people knew that these were outsiders. That's why they attached that throw stick determinative to these people's names. They knew they was outside.
The Libyans were not indigenous Africans. Aunt Cara Cooney said the motherfuckers came in through Libya and then into Egypt. So the motherfuckers came through that back corridor. All these are Indo-European.
And for the most part, yeah. For the most part, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like a lot of
Eurasian.
these, a lot of these names were applied to these areas in recent times. You know what I'm saying? That's what people need to understand that. It's like a lot of these names apply to these areas and regions, states, nations, and in Africa in modern times. Like the brother was like, "Oh, it's named Niger Congo because of the Niger River in the Congo jungle." Okay, did the Africans call the Congo jungle the Congo jungle? Did they call the River Niger the River Niger, or was that the invaders who came in and applied these names to these areas? Because those names would be the real pseudo names that didn't originate from the people that inhabit these areas. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was trying to. That's the conversation I was trying to come up here and have with the brother. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like we can't keep giving the people what the Europeans gave us if we're not going to go and sit at the feet of the Africans and hear what the Africans have to say about themselves, their own cultures, and their own civilizations. Then
Go
we
get
are
them.
doing everybody a disservice, bro.
Go get them. Go get them. Go get. Don't bring me no Google source. Don't bring me no source. Go get the ancestors. What they saying? Don't bring me no white man that's gonna think for them. Go get them. Go get them.
Right?
Go get
Like,
'em.
well, oh, there was Bantu. Bro, Bantu is a European perversion of an indigenous word. The word is Abantu. You know what I'm saying? You have the prefix Aba attached to unto, which you can find in the Medu Neter. You know what I'm saying? It's like this root word unto comes from the Medu Neter, but they want to tell you, oh, they're not connected, even though it remains cognate from the Medu Neter and across Africa. Bro, you got to make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? It's like Greensburg shortened that word to Bantu and applied it to a linguistic category when the word itself only means the people. It's not even talking about a specific people. It just means the people. That's it.
So stop with this Niger Congo DNA. Nigga, them people don't even go back, goddamn. Them people ain't never call themselves Niger Congo. So don't bring that shit up when we talk about ancient populations.
Nah, for real, and not only that, that's not even the only name that language family has been classified under by the Europeans. It was first Niger Cordofinian, something like that, Niger Cordofin. It's like these are
Yep.
linguistic classifications that was placed on these languages by the Europeans. Joseph Greensberg is who's responsible for this. He's a European, so it's like I'm surprised the pseudo killers don't know this.
Man, they know this, but they want to hear the white man. That's why I brought the white lady.
You got to beat them at their own game, bro. For real. Because it's like a lot of what I'm saying is you won't hear from the white people unless the white people go sit at the foot of the Africans and give you what the Africans saying about themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of this come from African scholars who putting out their own research about their own cultures, about their own history, their own languages. You know what I'm saying? And some of it, I ain't gonna lie, come from Christopher Ehret, another white man that they want to pick and choose which
Right.
they want to pick and choose when to roll with Christopher Ehret.
Right.
Nah.
Facts. Facts. Christopher Ehret be on our side, but they use all his they go find the scriptures they go find the pages at the back of the book.
Right. Because right, you got to take the good with the bad. When you're dealing with Christopher Ehret, you can't just use what supports your argument. You know what I'm saying? You have to also acknowledge what goes against it, and they can't bring none of his information that goes against the Egyptian language originating from inside of Africa, because that's his stance, that's his position, and there is none of his information that contradicts that. So if you bringing up something that supports anything coming into Africa from outside of Africa, then you have to take into account that Christopher Ehret's stance is that the whole Afro-Asiatic language family originated in the Horn of Africa and then migrated from there into the Nile Valley. You know what I'm saying? That's his stance. That's his position. So if you're going to take one stance of his, then you have to also take that, because you feel like Christopher Ehret is credible, but you don't want to acknowledge the fact that he's saying that this language migrated from the Horn of Africa into the Nile Valley. So we know the language didn't migrate without people migrating. The language didn't just travel by itself. Language is attached to people.
Fact. So this they daddy right here. Where is Christopher Ehret? This they daddy right here. All right, AI, give me an overview of Christopher Ehret. This they daddy right here. I got all Christopher Ehret books. Yeah, this your daddy, nigga. This your daddy, nigga. All right, we got Uncle Indigenous in the building. All right, this they daddy right here, y'all. They gonna listen to him over you. They gonna listen to him over the elders. But check this out. He agree with us. Newsflash, he agree with us. You want me to show you how? Check this out. Christopher Ehret, a distinguished scholar of African history and linguistics, argued that ancient Egyptians' civilization was fundamentally African in origin and what, King? fundamentally African. What you FDA niggas at?
You say
Fundamentally
in
African
origin and character, right?
right, character, culture.
Right.
We ain't got none of that. All right, so let's keep going. He challenged the Eurocentric, oh my bad, the traditional Western view that positioned Egypt as primarily connected to the Near East. Ain't this y'all daddy?
That's it. Hey.
Why y'all
Hey.
daddy agree with us? He said he challenged the traditional Western view that
Now,
positioned Egypt as primarily connected to the Near East.
my question to them would be: is Christopher Everett Eurocentric? Is he pseudo and Eurocentric? But in saying that,
I think Christopher Eyre Afrocentric from this. This nigga he a scholar in African history. I think we got our first white Afrocentric.
yeah, he got to be Afrocentric because he's saying what we say, and they call us Afrocentrics. So he got to be an Afrocentric, right?
He went to
Got to
school.
be.
He went to school to study African people. He got to be an Afrocentrist, right? He ain't black. Why he went to school to study African? That's an Afrocentrist, ain't it? See what I'm saying? He agree with us though. But this your daddy. This the type of people you use as authority. But he agree with us. He's saying that
And
Egypt
see,
was.
and the
Go
thing
ahead.
is though, bruh, it's like most people who studies the languages and cultures of ancient Kemet are gonna come to the same realization that he came to, that I came to, that Smash Rockwell came to, that a lot of the brothers who sit down and study these cultures and languages of ancient Kemet came to. It's like that's not a coincidence that we're all coming to the same conclusion, even though all of our research is independent research that we have independent of each other. You know what I'm saying? This is all of us arriving to the same conclusion from our own independent research, bro. That's not a coincidence.
Back, back. And when he say primarily is not when he challenging the premise that Egypt is Mediterranean or connected to the Near East, he know what an Arab look like. So you telling me y'all daddy don't know what an Arab look like? He's saying no, those are African. So you saying Christopher Eyre don't know what an African look like? So you saying Christopher Eyre don't know about the study that Uncle Reggie just brought, that this haplogroup, this marker, these Arab-looking people didn't come to 3,000 years as far as taking over Egypt. You think Christopher Eyre don't know how old the pyramids is? Y'all trying to make Christopher Eyre the goofy. He looking at the same sources we looking at. And he doing the work. And he coming up to the same conclusion. This y'all daddy though. Look at y'all daddy. Take a picture of him. And when we talk about these Arab looking people that's in Egypt right now, he don't agree with it that those was ancient Egyptians. He said he challenged the traditional Western view that positioned Egypt as primarily connected to the Near East. So Christopher Eyre know what an African look like. Maybe
That
you
means,
niggas
in other words, he was like us, challenging the Eurocentric view.
fact.
That's what the Western view is, Eurocentric view.
Right.
So you have a European scholar challenging the Eurocentric view. Not just any scholar, he's one of the leading linguists that we have today. Come on, man. That's like I don't know what boy y'all want.
And Gozi will say, Christopher Eyre be flip floppy. I told Gullah, man, you hear this nigga in Gozi? And Gozi is saying you can't really trust Christopher Eyre. And Gozi, Gullah got all Christopher Eyre books. And then Gozi, his big brother, gonna say, you can't really trust Christopher Eyre because it don't agree with his premise. Brother, you was a Muslim. You wanna make Egypt Islam. You wanna your whole thought process is Islam. So you don't really care too much about no Hamite. You don't care too much about no Canaanite. I understand, brother. But we letting you know that y'all are invaders, brother. And y'all owe us ties too. The same way Uncle Reggie, you got my boy Dwayne, white boy Dwayne on here and told him that you want reparations from his people. We need reparations from Islam. To keep it all 1,000.
Yeah, hey, to keep it a buck, yeah, they owe reparations to us too. Yeah, because believe it or not, the trans-Saharan slave trade never ended. That shit's still going on today. So yeah, I want some of that Arab money too when we talk about reparations. Yeah, absolutely.
So Uncle Reggie had that same energy, Uncle Reggie, all right? Had that same energy. Had that same energy, Uncle Reggie. But yeah, man, that's the whole reason. I mean, if you niggas was trying to take West Africa, we'll be defending West Africa. We defending North Africa because we saying that them people are all new. This goddamn Libyans, that ain't indigenous North Africans. The motherfuckers came in, probably assembled, took over the genetic population of the culture. But we need to cut this shit out. We need to stop acting like we don't know what African is. We need to stop acting like we don't know what our haplogroups and our genetic markers are. We known to have kinky hair. We known to have all of this and all of that. Fast twitch muscle, like Gullah said. We understand that, but we start. I think what it is, I think these niggas breaking up Africa because they conceded that them people in North Africa today always been there. And I'm saying we gotta cut it out. You don't got the science. Your DNA don't go back that far. You don't have the science, brother. What we got is they say them people took over North Africa a couple thousand years ago. That's what it say.
It's like they forget and try to negate the fact that North Africa done been invaded by the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Ottoman Turks. It's like this been the Persians. This go back throughout history. This place been getting invaded. So of course the modern populations would reflect all of these invasions and occupations that been going on in North Africa. You know what I'm saying? It was the Sahara Desert was a barrier for them going into sub-Saharan Africa.
It lasted for over 3,000 years.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
right.
saying? So when you hear Greeks, Persians, and Ottoman Empire, that's towards the end.
Yeah, that's towards the end, right?
Nigga, we've been thugging since we was 5. Go ahead.
Right. That's towards the end. That's the shortest part of the North African history. When you look to those cave paintings, rock art in Tassili, Niger, the North African rock art, you don't see no Eurasian phenotypes. You see afros and dark skin in that rock art, man. So who are these people depicting? They're depicting the sub-Saharans they saw in North Africa. According to y'all, wasn't no sub-Saharans in North Africa for them to depict. So what are we really saying? What is the evidence really saying? That's my question.
Uncle La,
Look,
get that content.
Look, let me show you what I'm talking about right quick. Right, this North Africa. Let me show you something right quick. Let me know when you see my screen.
Oh, my boy on the laptop.
Yeah, I'm on the laptop. You know what I'm saying? Look at this, bro.
Oh yeah, it's about to
It's
get
about to get
powerful.
It's like these are how the people of North Africa was depicting themselves. This is the rock art to Silly Niagara, man. This is like anywhere between 12 and 15,000 years old. I'm gonna go to the more reputable one. Y'all like UNESCO, right?
Hit
Let's
they
go
they
to
gonna hit their ass. We gonna hit their ass with a thousand BC, 500, 700. Who's on their ass?
look at this, man. That's a what is that? Is that an afro? But they call this type of stuff lookership. You know what I'm saying? This is what you find on the rock art of these people depicting their own self, man. Do
Hey
they
King,
range in
hey King, what they be saying? Don't look at shit. Don't believe your eyes.
right?
They don't want us to use our own abilities, our senses. What we got eyes for?
Hmm. Look what they say, man. Sicily Niagara is a vast plateau in southeast Algeria at the borders of Libya, Niger, and Mali, covering an area of 72,000 square kilometers. The exceptional density of paintings and engravings and the presence of many prehistoric vestiges are remarkable testimonies to prehistory from 10,000 BC to the first centuries of our era. So, in other words, these people predate our era, man. Successive peoples left many archaeological remains, habitations, burial mounds, and enclosures which have yielded abundant lithic and ceramic materials. However, it is the rock art, engravings, and paintings that have made Tassili world famous as from 1933 to date of its discovery. 15,000 engravings have been identified to date. Man, these people, and this is from UNESCO, the World Heritage Convention. You know what I'm saying? This not from no Afrocentrist that's just saying that these are black people and saying, "Oh, look at this." Come on, man. There you go again. Look at that. What is this, man? What other people were your raisins in Africa rocking afros and body art, man? Come on, with beads, wearing beads, afros, body art. What are your raisins and the Arabs in Africa doing that, bro? It's like, come on, man. But y'all want to say, oh, that's lookership. Look at this.
Look at the color of them motherfuckers.
Look at the color. Look at the color of them. But that's this lookership to them. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't fit their narrative. And we know it's from what they getting the Eurasians bring giraffes? Did the Eurasians bring giraffes into North Africa? Where did giraffes come from? Giraffes indigenous to Africa. I'm just saying these people was depicting giraffes in 10,000 BC. So when the Eurasians came in and brought giraffes and came and drew some giraffes that they saw in Africa, you gotta, you know what I'm saying? It's like in the Eurasian back migration don't go back that far. Y'all try to push it back to 20,000, 30,000, but you don't. The only evidence you have is 2,000, maybe 5,000 tops. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, we got to stop with this, bro. When we try to make it like this indigenous North African shit, it's just somehow Eurasian. It's not.
We trying to wake our people up. Y'all trying to slow our people down. We trying to wake our people up. Y'all trying to slow our people down. Yeah, man. Appreciate you for bringing that out. We about to go and get up out of here, man. We've been rocking since I think 9 this morning. We've been rocking since early. 4 hours, we approaching 5 hours. I think since 8 this morning.
Already. Like I told you, I had a little thing I was dealing with in my own personal life, you know what I'm saying? But it's something it's a fight that I got, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna have for the longest, you know what I'm saying? Not like losing a brother, but you know what I'm saying, I got the memorial for him out of the way, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm on the warpath, I'm on a rampage. Anybody in the way of this African history, this black excellence, you in the way of that, then you are a target. And I'm coming for your top. And I'm claiming these heads and bringing them back to Naga for trophies. Simple as that.
That's a fact. That's a fact. All right, everybody. Appreciate y'all for tapping in. Like the show. Like, share, and subscribe. We out of here. All right, King.